Hello everybody and welcome to this complete Python 3 hacking course. Now in this course we're going to code multiple projects, each one of them will have its own purpose and you will have all of the code at the end of each project in the resources list to download. And by the end of this course you should have a pretty good knowledge on how to create tools using Python 3 for your own penetration tests. So as I mentioned, this will gather different tools from different fields, such as for example port scanners, backdoors, email scrapers, vulnerability scanners, and many more. I'm going to code as we go and explain everything line by line, so you should have no problem understanding the code. And just in case you don't like to code along, you will have all of the programs available to download at the end of each project. You can simply just download the code and follow along the tutorials as I explain without having to code anything. Okay? Now, one important thing is if you have any questions regarding any program or if you have any proposals and you want me to add something to the course, feel free to post in the Q&A section and I will respond as soon as I can. Also, if you don't understand anything, make sure that you post in the Q&A section or send me a private message and I will also respond there as well. Another thing to mention is that throughout the course there will be different articles and bonus lectures which will give you additional knowledge, and for example if this course doesn't cover something such as for example installing Windows 7 virtual machine, I'll make sure to leave a link to the tutorial where you can watch and follow along the tutorial in order to continue the course. This course will be updated every month with new lectures, with updated code and with your proposals. If you tell me for example you want to see an updated keylogger, I will make sure that I create it and put it inside of a course. Now in this course we are going to use Kali Linux as a virtual machine, and don't worry, I will lead you through the steps of installation in the introductory part of the course. In case you're an advanced ethical hacker, feel free to skip the introductory part and get straight into the coding lessons. For all of you beginners, I will teach you in the introductory video how you can create your own virtual machine and set up your own environment in order to start with this course. Another advice that I have is, in case you don't have too much Python knowledge, feel free to also take a course on the side, as we are not going to cover Python 3 basics. We're going to get straight into coding different tools with Python 3. Now, even though I'm going to explain some of the basics throughout our code, it would still be best for you if you would take a Python 3 separate course, and I will also have some of my recommendations for Python 3 courses in the resources of this lecture. So without further ado, thank you for enrolling, and let's not make this any longer and let's get straight into the course. Hello everyone and welcome to the trailer of our course. Now in this short video I will give you a small teaser as to what you can expect after you finish this course. It's always the best idea to show the students some of the things that you will be doing inside of the course and some of the things that they will learn and master at the end. So for this teaser I decided to show you the backdoor. But not just any backdoor, I decided to show you a backdoor that we're going to run from two separate machines, and we will establish two connections with target systems. We will be able to switch between both of these connections and execute commands on both of the systems. Let me show you what I mean. Now don't worry if you don't understand anything in this tutorial, we're going to code all of this and I will explain it in the future projects. For now on, just sit back and enjoy the teaser. Here we have the Kali Linux machine. From this Kali Linux machine, I will use Python 3 to run a command, the control center, which is our program that we coded. I will run it right here, and it will tell us that it is waiting for the incoming connections. Okay, so now if I go back to my Windows 10 machine, which is this one, I will have this picture.jpg file, which looks like a normal image, but if we execute it, it will also open up the image and nothing else. If we see nothing else is being opened, so everything looks normally, but this actual file in the background opened up our backdoor, which is also a program that we're going to code. If you go to Kali Linux, in just a few seconds, we should see the connection from our Windows 10 machine. While it is connecting to our command and control center, oh, here it is. So we got the connection from 192.168.1.2, which is the IP address of my Windows 10. Let's also run the same file from my Windows 10 virtual machine. If I go right here, double click on picture.jpg, click on run, it will open up an image and nothing else, but it will also run in the background our backdoor. Let's go to our Kali Linux and see whether we received the connection. And here it is. Here is the connection from the Windows 7 machine. So now we got two targets connected to our command and control center. We can check all the sessions that we have by typing targets command. It will print us session 0 with this IP address and session 1 with this IP address right here. In order to access any of these sessions, we can simply just specify session 1, which is our Windows 7 machine, and type who am I and execute all of the commands such as ipconfig, such as dir, in order to check all the contents in that specific directory. So here it is. If we want to, we can also set this session to the background and clear the screen, and we can enter session 0, which is Windows 10 machine. If I type who am I inside of a Windows 10 machine, I will see a different response than to Windows 7, which means we are on a different target. If I type ipconfig, you will see a different IP address, as well as dir will give you a different output for that specific directory. Okay? We can use the clear command inside of a shell in order to clear the screen in case we have multiple commands. If I type the help command inside of a shell function, it will give us all the available things that we can do with our target. We can change the directories using cd command, we can upload files, download files, we can start our keylogger using the keylog start. So let's give it a try. Let's start our keylogger. Let's type keylog_start. It will give us a message that the keylogger has been started. So let's open up Notepad and start typing something inside of our Windows 10 Notepad. So if I type how is your day? ? Can you see this message? And we go back to our Kali Linux machine and we take a look at the help command. Keylog_dump will print the keystrokes the target inputted. So let's try it out. Keylog_dump. Press enter, and here we get Notepad, how is your day? ? Can you see this message? Another question mark. We can also stop the keylogger by typing keylog_stop, which will stop and self-destruct the keylogger file, as it says right here. If we want, we can also create the persistence, which will allow us to start our backdoor every time that the target restarts their machine. So they only need to start it the first time, and every other time our backdoor will start on its own. And another interesting command that we can do, which is not specified right here, is the screenshot command. So if I type screenshot, and before I press enter, let me lower this so we can see everything. If I type screenshot and press enter, in just a few seconds we should have a screenshot of the target's desktop saved on our Kali Linux machine. So let's see whether we saved it correctly. If we go to the file, here is the screenshot, saved under the name screenshot0. And here it is. It is the exact same image that we saw before we pressed enter on the screenshot command, so we successfully have the screenshot option in order to capture the target's desktop. And that is just some of the options that our backdoor can do. And this backdoor is just one of the programs that we're going to code throughout this course. So this is just a small teaser. I showed you what we are going to do. This is only a small portion of it, or just a small portion of what our backdoor can do. And we're going to see how we can code all of this inside of the future projects. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the future lectures. Bye! Welcome everybody to the first lecture of our introductory section of our Python hacking course. So in this tutorial, I'm going to show you where you can find and how you can download and install the VirtualBox software that we're going to need in order to create our virtual machines. Okay, now it is rather easy to install this software, and as its name says, we're going to need it in order to host the Kali Linux machine in which we're going to write our Python code. So let's get straight into how to download it. So all you need to do is go to your Google Chrome or Firefox, whichever search engine you're using, and navigate to the link virtualbox.org. Once you visit this link, it will lead you to this page where it will tell you to download VirtualBox 6.1. Now it doesn't really matter which version you are going to download, they're rather all the same, so you can simply just click on the newest one, which in my case at the moment is 6.1, click on download, and it will lead you to this page where it will ask you for which type of host you want to download the VirtualBox. And right here under the VirtualBox platform packages, you can choose Windows hosts, OS X hosts, Linux distributions, and Solaris hosts. Since I'm running Windows 10 environment on my main PC, I'm going to navigate to the Windows hosts, and just like that, it should start downloading the VirtualBox installer file onto my machine. As we can see right here, it is not that large of a file, it is 108 megabytes large, so as soon as it downloads, you can simply just run it and install VirtualBox. The process of installation of VirtualBox is rather easy, but I'm still going to guide you through the steps as to how to install VirtualBox. So as we can see right here, there's not much time left. Okay, so here it is. Let's open this up. Show in folder. I will paste it onto my desktop right here. And all you need to do is run the file. We get a pop-up window which says preparing to install. And here is the welcome window to the VirtualBox. We want to click next right here. Next here as well. And under the custom setup, you can choose which options you want to leave unchecked and which options you want to uncheck. So for example, I will leave all 4 checked as I do want start menu entries and I also want shortcut on my desktop. So I'm just going to click on next right here. And this is a warning that usually comes up once you install VirtualBox, which tells you that during the installation of VirtualBox you might actually temporarily disconnect from the internet. Even though that never really happened to me, it might be the best idea in case you're downloading something to actually wait for that to finish before you actually click on the yes to proceed the installation. Since I am not doing anything at the moment, I am simply just going to click here yes and click here on install. And as it says right here, this may take several minutes, usually it is around 2 to 3 minutes. It will ask us for the administrator password. We're going to click here yes, since I don't really have a password to type in, and it should start installing VirtualBox on my machine. Now, you might notice that I already do have VirtualBox, but this is 6.0 version, and this version is actually going to be updated to the newest one, which is 6.1. So I'm just going to wait for this to finish and I will get back to you right away. Okay, so the installation has finished and I'm just going to click right here, finish, and it should automatically start my VirtualBox. And here it is. Now, your window might be a little bit different because I already have some machines installed right here and you should not see any of these Kali Linux machines or Ubuntu machines, OS machines on your screen. This should all be empty. You should see these buttons right here, which new stands for basically creating a new virtual machine, which we're going to take a look at how to do in the next video. For now on, we successfully installed Oracle VM VirtualBox, and in the next video we're going to see how we can install Kali Linux as our operating system on the virtual machine. Okay, so thank you for watching this tutorial and I will see you in the next lecture. Bye! Welcome back everyone. Since in the previous video we successfully installed VirtualBox, right now we want to see where we can download Kali Linux, which version should we download, and how we can create a virtual machine. Okay, so right now, if you go to your Google Chrome and navigate to the official Kali Linux website, which is the link kali.org/downloads, you should see this page, which will give you the latest version of Kali Linux. In this case, at the current time, this is 2020.1a and it is the size of 2 gigabytes. Now, as I mentioned, this is the newest version possible, but I will not be using this version in the course. The reason for that is it seems to be a little bit laggy on my PC, but if you want to use the newest version and it works perfectly for you, feel free to download it. It doesn't really matter regarding the course content. So in order to download it, you simply just click on Kali Linux 64-bit and it should start downloading it over HTTP. And you also have the option to download it over torrent if you'd like. Now, for those of you that also do not like the newest version, you can simply just go to another page, which is old.kali.org, which will have all of the previous Kali Linux versions and their release dates, so you can download any version you like. In my case, I will just use the version before the newest one, which is 2019.4. You simply just click on the Kali 2019.4. And it should lead you to this page where you can download the ISO file for the Kali Linux 2019.4 version for 64-bit and 32-bit machine. Okay? So I would simply just download Kali Linux 2019.4 and use this ISO file in order to continue the installation. If you want to use the newest version, well, then you download this Kali Linux 64-bit or Kali Linux 32-bit depending on your machine, but you are most likely going to have a 64-bit machine. So once you click on it, as we can see in just a few seconds, it should start downloading it, but I'm not going to wait for this because I already have the ISO file downloaded, so I will just cancel this installation. I will navigate to my VirtualBox and let's see how we can use the ISO file in combination with VirtualBox to create a Kali Linux virtual machine. Also, you might have noticed that I already have a couple Kali Linux machines installed right here. I'm going to use this one for the actual course, but I will show you how you can proceed with the installation of the newest version since it just came out and it has some different options during the installation that you might get confused with. So let's cover that as well. You simply just click on the new button, which will create a new virtual machine. It should pop up with this window where it will ask you for the name and operating system. You can name it anything you want. I will name it New Kali. Set the type of the operating system to be Linux and the version to be Debian 64-bit in case you downloaded the 64-bit version of Kali Linux. Now the reason we use Debian is because Kali Linux is Debian based, therefore we choose this option. Click here on Next, and here it will ask you for the memory size or the RAM memory that you want to allocate to your virtual machine. I would advise you not to go below the 1 GB of RAM, but you can also go up to the 4, 5, maybe even 8 GB of RAM, depending on your actual machine. Okay, so I will just leave it on 1 GB. We want to leave the option Create a virtual hard disk now. Click on Create. Also leave it on VirtualBox disk image. Click on Next. And we want to set dynamically allocated. Here you allocate the amount of memory you want to give from your hard disk to the virtual machine, and you should not go below 20 GB, especially in the newest version, which allows you to download and install a bunch of different softwares used for ethical hacking. So I'm just going to leave it on 20 GB and click on Create, and we can see the new Kali has been added. Now, before we proceed with the installation of the Kali Linux, in the next video, we need to change a few of the settings inside of this machine. So select your machine that you just created, click on Settings, and under the Storage Settings, you want to navigate to the controller IDE, delete this empty part by right-clicking on it and clicking Remove Attachment. Click on Remove, and then you want to click on this circle with a plus. Add the version of Kali Linux that you downloaded. In this case I have the 2019.4 and 2020.1a, and I'm just going to show you for the purpose of this tutorial the 2020.1a. Click on Choose. Now another thing that you might want to consider in case you cannot see them right here, you can go onto the Add and simply just find the ISO file that you downloaded inside of your PC wherever you saved it. Okay? So let's click on Cancel. And also another thing that you want to change is under the network settings, you want to go to the Attached to and click on Bridged Adapter. Also make sure that you leave it on the Ethernet cable connection, since wireless adapters know to actually present problem inside of a Kali Linux and most of them aren't even supported. Therefore, you might actually have problem connected to the internet if you connect over wireless adapter. That's why it is always the best idea to use Ethernet cable. Okay, so once you finish all of that, click on OK, and your new Kali Linux machine is ready for the installation. So we're going to continue with that in the next video. We're going to pass through all of the steps, and then we are ready to jump into the coding sections of this course. Now keep in mind that even after the installation, there are a few things that you should do with Kali Linux. I will make sure to leave all of the links below so we don't waste time explaining the Kali Linux and explaining the command line, and instead we can just focus on the coding parts of the course. Okay, so thank you for watching this tutorial and I will see you in the next lecture. Bye! Welcome back! In this tutorial we're going to continue with the installation of Kali Linux. So we successfully managed to set up all of the options inside of our VirtualBox, and right now we are ready to start our machine and install the operating system. I'm going to lead you through all of the steps needed to take in order to install Kali Linux, and then in the next video we are ready to start hacking using Python. Okay, so all you need to do right now is click on the start button while you selected your Kali Linux machine. As we can see, this is the first window that we will encounter. Let me just enlarge my screen. It will ask us for different types of options, such as if we want the graphical install or the usual install. It doesn't really matter. We can simply just go with the graphical install and install the Kali Linux like that. Okay, so here is the next option that pops up. It will ask us to select the language. I will leave it on English. The location, it doesn't really matter. I could just leave it on United States. If you like to, you can select your own location. Click on continue. And here it asks us which type of keyboard configuration we want to use. I will leave it on American English. Click on continue. Now while this is installing, another thing I want to mention is another reason why I don't really like the newest version, because it will ask you to actually have a new user and not use the root account in order to complete your actions inside of the Kali Linux. And that is also another thing why I prefer the older versions, because you can simply just use root account to perform anything you'd like. Now keep in mind that using root account can cause some security breaches, but since we're using a virtual machine, this is just for the learning purposes, it doesn't really matter. That's why I chose the 2019.4 version of Kali Linux, which I find better and more suitable for this course. But right now, here is the next option that pops up, which is the configuration of network. The host name, we can call it test. The domain name, we can simply just delete and leave on empty because we don't really need it at the moment. And here's the option that I talked about. It will ask us to set up users and passwords. And this option didn't exist in the previous versions, only in 2020.1a version, which is the one we're installing at the moment. So you will have to create a new user. In this case, I will just call it test. Username for your account will also be test. And here we choose a password for the new user. Here you can type any password you like. I'm going to type test 1234 and also test 1234 and click on continue. Configuring the clock, I will select Eastern. The partitioning of disks, we want to select the option guided, use entire disk. Select the hard disk that you created during the previous video and click on continue. And here we want to set all files in one partition, as it does even say in the brackets, recommended for new users. Click on continue. Click finish partitioning and write changes to disk. We want to select yes and click on continue. Now this will start the installation, which will get interrupted with maybe 1-2 questions. Keep in mind that this will take some time to actually install, especially the newest version. It did take me around 45 minutes to an hour to actually finish all of the installations. And once it finishes that, you should be ready to use your Kali Linux machine. Now we're just going to leave it right here, and if we get any pop-up question, I'm going to get back to you right away. Okay, so here is the first pop-up question. It is the configuration of the package manager. Here you simply just want to click on continue and leave this blank. Alright, so here is another question, and this is actually the newest feature of the Kali Linux 2020.1a, which allows us to actually install desired tools and not install everything that we might never use. But even though, I would still advise you to actually select everything, or at least select the most important tools for Kali Linux, especially if you plan on using it later on, even after the course. Now, for our course, it really doesn't matter what you select right here, as we are simply just going to use Python 3 during our lectures. So right here, you can use spacebar to select different things, such as Kali desktop environment. You can select everything if you want. It doesn't really matter, just once you select everything that you need, you can click on continue. And this installation right here will take some time. There will be another pop-up question which will ask you something along the lines whether you want to install the grub bootloader to the master boot record, where you want to select yes. And after that, I believe there will be no more pop-ups and you should have the installation complete and your Kali Linux will be ready to use. So that would be about it for this installation tutorial. I will leave some links in the resources of the lecture where you can get familiar with the Kali Linux a little bit more, and where you can perform top 10 things that everyone should do after installing Kali Linux. Okay, so that would be about it for this tutorial, and in the next lecture we're finally going to see how we can download and install PyCharm, which we're going to use for creating our programs. Hope I see you there, and take care. Bye. Welcome back. Now that we got our Kali Linux setup and ready, all we are left to do before we can start coding is install the PyCharm. Now, what is PyCharm, you might be asking? Well, PyCharm is an integrated development environment used for computer programming, especially aimed for Python programmers. It is also cross-platform, so you can get it for Windows, macOS and Linux systems if you'd like. Now let's see how we can actually download it. First of all, we need to open up our Firefox, and depending on which version of Kali Linux you are running, it might be located on the left side of the screen right here, in case you're using the newest version, and in case you're using the 2019.4 version, like I am, you simply just go to this icon right here, type in Firefox, and click Enter. It will open up the Firefox for you, and then we can navigate to the Google search bar and type PyCharm. Click on the first link that pops up, and then click on download. You will see that it will automatically realize that we are running Linux systems, and we will get two different versions available for download. We get the professional version and the community version. Now, since the community version is free and open source, we're going to download that one instead of the professional version. In just a few seconds, this pop-up window should come up, and it will ask us whether we want to open the file or save the file. In this case, we want to save the file. Click here on OK. And right here under this arrow, if you click on it, you will see that it has started downloading PyCharm on our Kali Linux machine. Now, while this is downloading, I just want to mention one thing. So I will just lower this, and I will open up the terminal, which is this icon right here. In case you are using the newest version, you will not be a root account inside of the terminal. You will simply just be a user that you created during the installation, which I showed in the previous few videos. If you're using the 2019.4 version like I am, you will not have a problem with root account, as you will simply just be the root account every time you log in, as we can see right here. Now, let me just zoom this in so we can see everything a little bit better. Okay, so it's good now. Therefore, some of the commands that we run will require root privileges, and I just want to show you how you can run them. For example, let's say the command whoami requires root privileges. Now, it doesn't, but let's say it does. If you're using a simple user account and not a root account, in order to run the whoami command and not get the access denied error, you can simply just type sudo whoami. Now, on the newest version of Kali Linux, it will ask you for the password of your own account. You simply just type it in, and it will execute this command and give you the output. Okay? So I just wanted to mention that in case you run into some errors where you require root privileges in order to run. And now let's see if our download has finished. We have 73 more megabytes left, so I'm just going to wait for this to finish, and then we will proceed with the installation. Okay, so it has finished. We want to click on this icon right here, which will open up the folder where our PyCharm is located. We can close the Firefox as we'll no longer need it. And right here we can see that the PyCharm is located in the /root/downloads directory. Now on the new Kali Linux, it might be the name of your account and then /downloads. So let's navigate inside of our terminal to that directory, /root/downloads. Type ls, and we can see PyCharm is right here. Now you might notice that it has the extension of .tar.gz, which simply just means that this is a packed file and we have to unpack it before we actually run anything from it. In order to unpack this, you simply just type the command tar and then -xzf and then the name of the file. you can simply just type py and then tab in order to autocomplete the name, so you don't have to bother typing all of this by yourself. Press here enter, and in just a few seconds this should be unpacked. Okay, so here it is. Once we type ls once again, now we will have another directory which will be the unpacked PyCharm directory. So let's navigate to there using the cd command, type ls, and we will see a bunch of files and directories inside of this PyCharm directory. We want to go to the bin directory, type ls once again, and inside of this bin directory we want to run this pycharm.sh file. Now you might notice that this is a .sh extension, therefore we need to run it using bash. We simply just type in bash and then pycharm.sh. Now this is another command that might require root privileges in order to run, so in case you are using the newest version of Kali Linux and you are not root account, you simply just type sudo and then bash pycharm.sh. Type in the password and this should execute with no problems. So let's run this. It will run the pycharm.sh program and it should start PyCharm for us. Here it is, we got PyCharm opened up, and before we actually click on create new project, we want to go down here under the configure and click on create desktop entry. We want to check create the entry for all users and click on OK. Once we do that, we can simply just click on create new project, call it test, since this is the test project and we're not going to code anything inside of this project, and it should load up this window right here. It will create the virtual environment for you. It will give you some tips for the programming and also for the PyCharm, which we are not really interested in. And when everything is done and everything is loaded up, we should be ready to code. So let's click on close right here. Let's enlarge this. So this is how PyCharm looks like. Now in order to create a file and start coding, you can go to the test, right click on it, click on new and then Python file. Let's call it test.py, and it will let you code Python program right here. So you can simply just type print hello world and then go under run the program, run the test, and here it is, the output which says hello world. Now if you install PyCharm for the first time, these letters right here might be too small for you. Let's see how we can increase the font of these letters. So you can go on to the file, go to the settings. Under the settings you want to go to the editor, click on font, and under the font you can change whichever font you like. So let's say 22, click on OK, and the letters are now larger. So now that we got the PyCharm ready, in the next section we're going to start off with our first project, which is going to be a port scanner in Python 3. Okay, so that will be about it for this tutorial. Thank you for watching, and let's get straight into the hacking in the next section. Take care, bye! Hello everybody and welcome to our first project where we are going to code our own port scanner using Python 3. So in the previous section we introduced ourselves to Kali Linux, we installed PyCharm, and now we are ready to start writing our code. Before we start, let's first explain what is the purpose of a port scanner, what it will do, and how are we going to create it. Well, first of all, a port scanner is a program that allows you to scan target machine and discover whether it has some open or closed ports. For example, we all know that the port 80 is used in order to serve HTTP and in order to serve a website page. Now, how would you actually discover whether port 80 is open without visiting that page? Well, using our port scanner, we can see whether we can connect to that port 80 or whether we cannot. If we can connect, that means that the port is open and it is most likely hosting a web page there. And if we cannot connect, that means that the port is closed. Simple as that. So that will be the baseline and the base part of our program. Now let's open a new project, and to do that we can go right here onto file and then new project. Here we can call it port scanner. Click on create. It will ask you whether you want to open the new project in this window or in another window. I will simply just select this window right here. It will create the virtual environment for this project, and then we can start coding. Now, here it is, the port scanner. We will click on New, and then Python file, and we will call it portscanner.py. Okay, Python file, we created it. Let me just enlarge a little bit more the font size. So once again to the editor, font, and right here let's go 24, apply, and now we are ready to go. Now for this project we're going to need two different Python libraries. We're going to need to import the socket library, and we're also going to need to import a library called IPY. And we're going to import it like this, from IPY, import IP. Now right away, you might notice that the IPY and IP are both red underlined. This means that the PyCharm cannot recognize this library and cannot find it. So before we actually start using it, we need to download it first. Now there are a few ways that we can actually download it. You can download it using a regular terminal, which we are going to do as a first try right here. So I will just put it like this so we can see everything. Now in order to install a desired library using the terminal, you have to use a command called pip3 install. Now pip3 is a part of Python 3, and it is used to actually install Python 3 libraries that are missing and that you need in order to run your program. Okay, now if you're using a new Kali Linux, you most likely won't have pip3 installed, and in order to install it, you simply just type apt install python3-pip. Press your enter and it will install it for you. For me, it is already been installed, so we can continue right away. Let me clear the screen, enlarge this a little bit, just in case you cannot see what I'm typing. And let's get the library that we're missing. So pip3 install IPY. Press your enter. And it will say requirement already satisfied. Now this might seem confusing because 2 minutes ago I just told you that we are missing this library, that we cannot find it. And here inside of a terminal it says that the requirement has already been satisfied and that we already have this library at this location. Well, that is another part of the PyCharm that you need to understand. PyCharm simply creates a virtual environment every time you create a new project. That means that the library that you have installed inside of your Kali Linux doesn't necessarily have to be installed inside of your PyCharm program. Therefore, this IPY library has not been installed inside of this virtual environment. So where can we install it? Well, you can go here on terminal, and you will see right away that before the root Kali and then the actual directory, we have this VNV inside of brackets, which stands for virtual environment. So right here, if we type the same command, which is pip3 install, and then IPY, press your enter, you can see that right now it is successfully downloading it, and it has downloaded it inside of our virtual environment. Right now, if we lower this, go right here, you can see that this is no longer red underlined, and now we have both of our libraries ready to use. So I just wanted to show you that because it is really important, and we will be switching between libraries throughout the entire course, so it is important for you to understand the meaning of a virtual environment. Therefore, once you next time try to install a desired library that is missing from PyCharm, don't use Kali Linux terminal like this. You simply just go down here, and inside of this PyCharm project you can install the desired library inside of the virtual environment. So now that we imported the desired libraries, in the next video we can start finally coding our port scanner. See you there. Bye. Welcome back everybody. Let's continue with our port scanner. So what we did by now is we imported two libraries that we need in order for our program to work. Let's get straight into coding the main program. Okay, so first thing, let's think about it, what we need to logically do in order to discover whether a port is open or closed. Well, we need to establish a connection with the target machine, and then we need to try to connect to the specific port. If we manage to connect, the port is open. If we don't manage to connect, the port is closed. Now there is another thing that can happen, and that is that the port is filtered, but we are not going to cover that at the moment. So first of all, let's see how we can establish the connection. Here is where we use the socket library. Socket library allows us to establish the connection over internet. So how can we do that? Well, it's rather easy, and it's something that we will use throughout this course a lot. It's a same scheme of few different lines of code that will allow us to connect to the target machine. So in the first line, we will define a socket descriptor. We do that by specifying the name and then equals socket.socket. Just like this, we define the socket descriptor, and you can name this anything you want. It doesn't have to be named sock, it can be named S, but for the purpose of this tutorial, we're going to leave it on sock. As soon as we do that, we can try to connect to the target machine. So sock.connect. And inside of this connect function, we need to specify 2 open and 2 close brackets, and there we need to specify the IP address and the port that we want to connect to. Alright? Now you will see right away that once again this IP address and this port is underlined red. That means that this is not defined. So we need to define what IP address is and what port is. What we're going to do is we're simply just going to create a variable which will be called IP address, and we're going to set this variable to be equal to whatever the user of this program inputs during the running of the program. Now what I mean by that is we're going to use the input function, which allows us to at the runtime specify the IP address that we want to scan. So we're going to prompt to the user of this program something like this: enter target to scan. Okay. Now that we have that, we also need to define the port. And let's say the port will be port 80. It will be a simple integer, so we're going to select it like this. And now our code is good to go. All we are left to do is we are left to wrap this inside of a try and accept rule. And this try and accept rule basically means that we're going to try this, and in case that doesn't work, we're going to try something else, which will be under this accept part. So try and then sock.connect. We are trying to connect to the port, and if we don't manage to connect, we're going to print to the screen that the port is closed. And we can simply just specify port 80 is closed because we are scanning that port. If we do manage to connect, we can print port 80 is open. Okay, so this is the base part of the program. Let's see whether this works. Now, in order to test this and see whether it works, I'm going to pick a random IP address, which in this case will be the IP address of my laptop. And in your case, you can simply just scan any website on the internet. For example, let's say we go to Firefox and we can visit any website we want. Now keep in mind, once we actually manage to visit the website, that means that the port 80 is open because we are loading the web page. So let's go to this one. You can choose any you like. I'm going to scan this one. Okay, so let's copy this. This is the name of the website. Let's go right here inside of our terminal and let's try to run the program. Python 3 and then the name of the program, which in our case, it is Python 3 port scanner.py. It will ask us to enter the target to scan. Now you will notice if you specify like this, so we paste the name of the website and we click here enter, it will tell you that the port 80 is closed. Now why does it tell that? Is the port 80 really closed? Well, not really, since we actually managed to open it right here on our Firefox. Therefore something is wrong with our program. Well, we cannot really specify the link to the actual website, so how can we discover the IP address to this website? Well, we can use something called NSLookup. And we specify the actual link, press here enter, and what this will do, it says cannot find. Let's just try like this, without the HTTP, www, and then the name of the website. Okay, so here it is. Now we are able to retrieve the IP address to this specific website. What if we copy this IP address and go with this? So copy. And let's clear the screen and run our port scanner once again. Enter target to scan. We paste this. And now we get the correct result. It says port 80 is open. Okay? So for now on, what we did, we created two simple variables. One will host the IP address that we input during the running of the program, and the other one will host the port number 80. So we are not inputting this, we are not changing this. This will simply just stick to 80 for now. Then we try to connect, and if we manage to connect, we print that the port 80 is open. If we don't manage to connect, we print port 80 is closed. Okay, so good for now. We discovered that the port 80 is open on this specific website that we scanned. But this is not really what we want, right? We want to actually scan multiple targets. We want to scan all ports, or as many number of ports as we'd like. We want to print which port is open, which port is closed. And ideally, we also want to connect to that port and see which software is it running on that open port. Now that port scanner would be a really good one. So let's see in the next few videos how we can implement all of that. We would also like to change this program to also accept the links and not just the IP addresses. So you saw previously we couldn't really specify the link, it gave us the wrong result because it cannot really connect to a link inside of this program. But we also want to make sure that once the user of this program specifies a link such as www.google.com, it will also manage to discover open and closed ports. So we're going to see how we can perform all of that in the next few lectures. For now on, we created the base part and we are ready to continue coding on. Alright, so hope I see you in the next tutorial. Bye! Alright, welcome back. Let's continue with our port scanner. What we did by now, as you can see from the previous video, we only discovered that the port 80 is open on the website that we scanned. So what we need to do now is we need to wrap this code inside of a function. And let me show you why we are doing that. If I simply define a function which will be called scan_port, and for those of you who don't know, to define a function you simply just type def and then the function name. This function will take two parameters, which will be the IP address, which we defined at the beginning of the program, and it will also be the port. Okay, we specify two dots, and now we need to tab all of this code in so it can belong to the function that we created. Okay, so here it is. What this function will do is it will scan the port and it will define whether it is open or closed. Now, another thing that we want to do is we don't really want the port to be already predetermined. For example, let's say that the user of this program wants to scan port 22, which is the SSH port. Well, we want to allow them to actually do that, so we need to remove this port equals 80. And also from these comments right here, we want to type port, and then we're going to type it like this, plus string from the port. And the reason why we're using the string function onto this port variable is because the port variable will hold an integer value. Therefore, once we actually try to print it, we will get an error if we try to print an integer value. So we need to convert it first to string using this str function, and then we can print this. So for example, if the port is number 23, this will print port 23 is open. We also need to do the same right here. String from port. Okay, so port 23 is closed. And now let's test our function, but let's add a little bit of a twist to it. So what we want to do is we want to scan first 10 ports on our website. Alright, so how can we do that? Well, we don't have a port specified at all, so we need to iterate over numbers 1 through 10 and then specify for each number that the port is equal that exact number. Let me show you what I mean. So right here, if I go all the way down and below the function, I specify for port in range 1 through 10, I want to perform a function scan underscore port on the IP address with the port number. So what this will do is it will go for port in range from 1 to 10. So first of all, port would be number 1. We want to scan the IP address with the port equal to 1. Then it will perform this task right here. Then it will go back, change the port variable to be equal to 2, and then it will perform the same task just with the port number equal to 2. Also what we want to do is we want to copy this. Copy, then we can delete it, and we can paste it below the function right here. Okay, now let's see whether this works. So once again, for this, feel free to scan any website you want. I will simply just go with the same website that we used in the previous video. And once again, in order to discover the IP address of the link, we simply just type nslookup and then the link to the actual website. Copy the IP address, copy, and then let's run the program. Enter target to scan, we select the IP address, here it is. And now it is scanning first 10 ports. Now, right away you can notice that it's not really printing anything, it is actually going rather slow, and it is still not even finished with the first port. Now, we don't really want this, we want our port scanner to work faster, so how can we fix this? Well, first of all, Ctrl+C onto the program. Right here, and then inside of our scan port function we need to add another line which will be sock.set timeout, and we want to set the timeout to be equal to 0.5 seconds. Now keep in mind also that the accuracy of the scan will depend on the length of the timeout. So some ports will take longer to connect to and some ports will take less to connect to. If you simply just leave it without timeout, the accuracy will be the highest. The lower the timeout, the smaller the accuracy. But this is a price that we want to pay in order to actually scan the target faster. So let's see whether this worked. So Python 3 port scanner. We paste the IP address and we can see port 1 is closed and all of the 10 ports are closed on our website. So we scan ports 1 through 10. Okay, now this is probably correct for the website that I'm scanning, but how can we check that? Well, in the previous video I scanned the exact same website and I scanned the port 80. So how can I check whether this is working correctly? Well, instead of the range 1 through 10, I will simply just type 75 through 85. And most likely all of the ports will be closed except the port 80. So let's see how this works. Python 3 port scanner, paste the IP address, all the ports are closed and we have one port open and that is port 80. Okay, so our program seems to work really well. Okay, so we discovered that we need to set the timeout in order to actually scan ports faster. We lose the accuracy, but we gain on time. In the next video, we're going to take a look at how we can convert the link to an actual IP address. For example, we're going to take a look at how we can convert a link of a website to an IP address inside of our program. So whether the user of this program specifies a link or an IP address, this will still work. Okay, so I hope I see you in the next video and take care. Bye. Welcome back everyone. Let's continue with our port scanner. So what we did by now is we simply just created this function which allows us to scan the ports, and we also saw how we can use for loop in order to iterate over a certain amount of ports and scan each and every one of them. But right now let's see how we can implement a function that will allow the user of this program to specify the domain name as well as the IP address if they like. Well, here is where our IPY library comes in help. So you will notice that this is still gray. That means that we haven't used it inside of our code, and that will change now. So we'll simply just create a function up here which will be called, let's say, check_IP, and this function will take one parameter which we will specify inside of these brackets, and that parameter will be the IP address. Okay, now before we code any of this function, we need to specify all the way down what we are going to provide to this function. And by that I mean which parameter are we going to send? Well, logically, in our case, we're going to send the IP address parameter. Keep in mind that this IP address variable doesn't have to store the IP address, it can also store the domain name. So what we need to do is we need to simply just, after the user specifies the target, we'll simply just call the function check_IP, and we will paste the IP address inside of that function. Then we're going to store all of this inside of a converted _IP. And you will see in just a second why we are doing this. So right here we're going to scan the converted IP address and the port number. Okay, so let's code the function above. So obviously we need to use this library right here, and this actual library comes with a specific function which is simply called IP function. Okay, so if I go to my Google Chrome and I have a page opened right here, which is basically the documentation of the IPY library, we can see that they use right here this IP function in order to convert an IP address to the IP format. So in order for our function to work, we need to specify inside of the brackets the IP address, which is the parameter of our function. If it manages to convert the IP address, that means that this worked successfully and that the user actually specified the actual IP address to the target. If it gets a value error, that means that the user specified the domain name. So let's write that right here, and in case you don't understand, we are going to test this, so don't worry. We're going to try to convert the IP address, and if it manages, we're going to return simply what we sent to the function, which is the IP. And in case it doesn't work, we are going to get the value error, which means that the user most likely specified the domain name. And therefore we're going to return a function which belongs to the socket library, which allows us to convert the actual host name to the IP address. So all we need to do is specify that function and call it upon our IP address, and we can do that by simply specifying return socket.getHostByName. And here we specify the host name, or in our case the IP, which we pasted to our function. Okay, so this is our entire function. Now let's see inside of a terminal, and let's open up our Python 3, and here we can import IP. Oops, let me just do it like this. First of all, I will enlarge this so we can see it better. Open Python 3, import or from IPY, import IP. And now let's say we have a variable called IP address, and it will be 192.168.1.1. Okay, and now if I simply just call converted IP equals IP from IP address, and I print the converted IP, you will see it will still be the same IP address. So it really didn't change anything. Therefore, right here, if it manages to do that, we're simply just returning the IP address that we pasted inside of this function. And we are not making any changes to it. But that is only the case if the user specifies the IP address. If the user specifies the domain name, so let's create a variable called domain name equals, and then let's say google.com. And we try the same thing, so converted IP equals IP from the domain name. And you will see we will get an error, and it will be the value error. So that is the case right here. Then we are going to perform the getHostByName, which will retrieve the IP address of the google.com, and then we will return the IP address inside of our scanPort function. So that is all there is for this function. Now let's see whether this works. Okay, so let's run the program, Python 3, and then port scanner. Enter target to scan. Let's say we enter, let's say the same website as before. Let's not change it right now. And instead of the IP address, we now enter the domain name. We're going to leave this to run. And here we can see that it worked successfully, as it did manage to find the port 80 open. We will get the same result even if we scanned with an IP address. So right now we can specify both the domain name and IP address. So that is good. Now in the next video we're going to take a look at how we can specify multiple targets and scan multiple targets at once. So we don't have to run our program over and over again. We can do the same thing just by specifying multiple targets inside of our program. And it will scan them one by one. So we're going to take a look at that in the next tutorial. Hope you enjoyed this small lecture, and I will see you in the next one. Bye! Welcome back everybody, and let's continue with our port scanner. So we managed to create a function that will convert the domain name into an IP address, and now we want to be able to specify multiple targets for our program to scan. Okay, so how we can do that? Well, it is rather easy. We're going to implement a little bit of changes down here at the bottom of our program. So here you will notice that we have the variable called IP address. Now it says enter target to scan. Well, we can simply just do something like this and specify to the user of this program that they can also enter multiple targets by typing target/s. And also we're going to specify to the user split multiple targets with comma. Okay, so simple as that. Let us make this a little bit better. But this is just the part where we prompt the user how they can specify multiple targets. Now we need to actually split these targets and scan each one of them one by one. So how can we do that? Well, first thing we're going to do is, so we don't get confused, we are going to rename this into targets variable. And then what we're going to do, we're going to delete this line for now. And we're going to specify if, and then comma, in targets. If there is comma in targets, logically that means that the user of this program specified multiple targets to scan. If there is not comma inside of the targets variable, that means that the user only specified one target to scan. So we're going to lead by that logic. So if comma is in targets, then for IP address, and we're going to call it simply just IP_add in targets, and we're going to call the function called split. And what this function does is basically it will split the string with the character that we specify inside of the brackets. So we want to split at every comma. If we split at every comma, that means we're going to split all of the IP addresses one by one. Therefore, we're specifying right here for IP address in targets.split, we want to scan each and every IP address. So scan port IP address, and then so we want to scan each and every target from this list, and in order to do that we're going to create a function which is going to be called scan. Now I know we do have a scan port function, but we're going to use this function in order to scan one single port one by one. And we're going to call this scan function in order to scan each and every target and also convert the domain name into an IP address if needed. So all that this function will take as a parameter will be the IP address, which we get from this for loop right here. Okay? We also want to strip it from any unnecessary empty spaces in case there are some. And right now all we need to do is code this function. Let's go all the way up and call the scan function onto the target. So this will be one single target. And first we need to do is to get back the line that we deleted before, which is the conversion of the IP address. So converted underscore IP will be equal to check IP, which is our function that we coded in the previous lecture. And we need to check the IP address from the target, which is our parameter inside of the function. Okay, and now we will print, just so we know what we're doing. We're going to print, first of all, new line character, which is \n plus, and let's make some type of a smiley right here, which will look something like this. So, and let's print scanning target. We also want to specify which target are we scanning in case there are multiple ones. So we'll specify the string of the target, which will be either the domain name or the IP address. If we specify plus the string of the converted IP, it will only specify the IP address since it will already be converted from the domain name. But we don't want that. We want to specify plus the string of target, which will be the names that the user specified to the program. And then we need to copy this part from below, which is for port in range. Scan each and every port. Let's copy this. We no longer need it right here. We can delete it from here. And we can move it inside of our scan function. So right here. Let me just tab this properly, and we're going to change a few things if we need. So for port in range 75 to 85, we can change that right away, for example, from port 1 to port 100, and you can keep this number as low or as high as you want. Just for the purposes of this tutorial, we're going to leave it on only scanning 100 ports. Since most of the ports that we want to see whether they're open or closed will be in the first 100 ports, okay? And then we will call the scan port function onto the port number and also onto the converted IP, which we converted in the first line of our function. Okay, so everything makes sense. Now, another thing that we need to change down here, since we specified if comma in targets, that means that the actual user specified multiple targets to scan, but what if they specify only one target? Well then, nothing of this will get executed and we will not really scan any target throughout our program. It will simply just exit the program without scanning the target. So we need to add an else statement right here. So if comma in targets, else, we want to scan the targets. Simple as that, because in this case, the targets will be just one IP address or one domain name. Then it will jump from that function to the scan function, which will convert that IP address, and it will perform the scan port function onto the first 100 ports. Okay, so everything makes sense. Now let's see whether we have an error inside of our program or if everything works perfectly. Okay, so let's see how we can run it. Let's open up our terminal and navigate, and first I will enlarge this so we can see everything, and we need to navigate to our PyCharm directory. It will usually be in the /root directory, so here it is, PyCharm projects. I will cd to that directory, type ls. We have the test directory which we created once we installed the PyCharm, and we have our port scanner directory, or our port scanner project. So let's change the directory to the port scanner, type ls once again, and here is our port scanner.py. I will clear the screen and I will run the program. First of all, let's try it with one target. So let's switch it up a little bit. I will use my actual router IP address in order to perform the test of this program. So I will type 192.168.1.1. Press here enter, and you will see it will perform the scan really fast because my router is close to me. Therefore, we can see most of the ports are closed. We have the port 22 open, port 23 open. Let's see which ones are also open. Port 53 open for the DNS and port 80 open. All the other ports are closed, okay? So right away, we can notice that this is not really that good to look at. We don't really want to print the closed ports as there is too much happening right here, especially if you scan more than 100 ports, it will be really hard to find all of the open ones. So let's see what we can do inside of our program in order to print only the open ports. Okay, so right here, whoops, need to go right here inside our code. And in the scan port function is our print statements for the port open and port closed. So what we can do is instead of printing port is closed, we can delete this. And we can simply specify pass. Now what this will do is it will not perform anything, it will not print any statement, it will simply just pass in case the port is closed. Okay, simple as that. Let's test it once again. Python 3 port scanner.py, specify the IP address of my router once again, And this is a lot better. We can see scanning target and then the actual IP address of my router and then which ports are open. And it is the exact same 4 ports that we saw before. Let's try another target. Let's specify actually 2 targets now. If I run the program, and for this test you can specify the same target as I will, which will be an actual domain name, which is called testphp.vulnweb.com. Okay, so let's specify this target, and also you can specify any other random IP address or domain name if you want. In this case I will specify once again my router, so we have a mixture of the domain name and the IP address, so we can see whether this will work properly. If I press enter, it will first start off with this domain name right here, and it will scan for the open ports, and then it will proceed to the IP address of my router and scan the open ports for that router as well. So we can see on the first link it found 4 ports open, port 21, 22, 53 and 80, and on my router the same 4 ports as before. So our program works correctly. We're almost close to finishing our program, but there is one more thing that we actually want to do. We want to also print which service is running on an open port. For example, let's say we want to discover whether port 80 is running Apache 2 or some other version of a web server. Well, we can do that by simply grabbing the banner on an open port. And more about that in the next lecture. For now on, we are glad that we can scan multiple targets, whether they are specified as a domain name or as an IP address. We can split them by comma. We can also scan one target if we want, and we also print only open ports as we are not really interested in the closed ports. Okay, so thank you for watching this lecture, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Welcome back everybody, and let's finally finish our port scanner. As I mentioned in the previous video, we're only left to do one small thing before our port scanner is complete and ready to use. And that is to perform the banner grabbing on the open ports to discover which services and which softwares are running on those open ports, which can give us even more detail and information that we can use in our future attack. Okay, so what we need to do is, let's first of all think how we can actually grab the banner from an open port. Well, logically, we need to connect to that port, we need to try to receive something from that open port, and then read that information that we received from that port. So we already performed half of that job. We connect to that port right here at this line. So all we're left to do after it is check whether that port retrieves some information or sends some information back to us once we connect. Okay, so how can we do that? Well, right after the connect function, we can try to retrieve the information. We're going to use a specific function to do that, and we will store the result of that function inside of a variable which we will name banner. So banner will be equal to the function which will be called getBanner, and that function will take as a parameter the socket object. So we're pasting our socket object inside of this function so we can use it inside of it, and then we will retrieve the actual banner if we manage to get it to the banner variable. Alright, so let's first of all code that function. We can do it right here between the scan port and check IP function, and we will call it, as we already said, getBanner. This function will take the socket object as a parameter, which we already pasted inside of our scan port function. And all we need to return from this is we need to return the socket object and then .receive, which is the function that receives the data from this open port. We can also specify inside of the brackets which amount of bytes we want to receive, and usually this number is specified as 1024 bytes, as we don't really need more in order to get and print the banner. Okay, so this is the entire function, the entire getBanner function. Now we need to perform some modifications right here inside of our program. So we have the function right here, and we try right here to store the banner inside of this variable. Okay, now if we do manage to store it, we're going to print port, and then the string of the port is open, But let's change it up so it looks a little bit better. So we're going to delete all of this and print the exact same thing just with the banner attached. So we're going to print something like this. Let's add the plus sign, which means that the port is open. So open port and then space. We will add the string of the port number that we're scanning. So plus the string of port. And then the next thing we want to do is plus, and we want to add the banner. Let's separate it with 2 dots and then add or concat the string from the banner to our open port number. So we are going to leave it like this. Let me just see. Another thing that we need to add is another except statement right here. So except in case we cannot get the banner, we're only going to print open port. And we're not going to print any type of banner as we didn't really manage to retrieve it. So open port plus the string of port. And that is all we need to do right here. Now let's see whether this will work. If we open the terminal right here, enlarge the letters so we can see everything, and navigate to PyCharm projects and then port scanner. Then we try to run the port scanner and specify the same 2 websites as in the previous video. So testphp.oneweb.com. Let's first of all try with this one. It will scan the target and we can see right here we do manage to retrieve some of the banners from 2 different open ports. So here it is, we got the banner for the open port 21, and now we know that the version of the software running on the open port 21, which is the FTP port, is ProFTPD 1.3.3e server. And what we can do with this information, we can simply just copy this, paste it inside of a Google, and see whether there is any type of exploit for this specific version of the FTP server. We can also perform the same thing for the SSH, which is on port 22. We see that the version is SSH 2.1, OpenSSH 5.3 P1 Debian Ubuntu. Then we can copy this and try to find it on Google and try to find some vulnerabilities for this version on Google. Simple as that. But let's make our actual output a little bit prettier. We don't really want it to print this B and then the apostrophe, and we also don't want it to print the /r or the \r\n, which simply just stand for the new line character. Okay, so let's see how we can get rid of that. Well, in the part where we are printing the banner, if we take a look at our output, we can see that the banner output starts with B and then apostrophe. That is because we haven't really decoded our banner. Once it actually receives the message or receives these 1024 bytes, those 1024 bytes will be encoded by default. In order for us to remove that B and the apostrophe, we can simply just type banner.decode, which is a function which will remove that, and we also want to strip the new line character. So how we can do that? Well, we can add another function to this banner, which is .strip, and right here we can specify \n. For example, let's see whether this worked. If I go right here and type same website, testphp.oneweb.com. Here it is. Now we got the prettier output. If you compare this one with this one, you will notice we no longer get this B apostrophe and this \r and \n. Alright, so great. Our port scanner works. Let's also test it to see whether it works on multiple targets. So I will clear the screen, run my port scanner, specify, for example, 3 targets, which one of them will be this one, which we used in the first lectures of our port scanner. Then we can use the IP address of my router, and then we can use the same testphp.oneweb.com. It will go and scan one by one. First of all, it will start with this IP address right here. If it manages to find open ports, it will print them out. If it also manages to grab the banner, it will also print that out. It will also print the banner out as well next to the open port. Then it will proceed to the next 2 targets and perform the exact same task on both of them. Now you might notice that some targets will go slower in scanning and some targets will go faster, and that is pretty much normal. Keep in mind that this part right here, which is the socket.setTimeout, is crucial in order to get more or less accurate scan. If we simply just remove this line, then some actual targets might be scanning for hours depending on the distance and the open ports that they have and also the services that they are running. Sometimes it might take longer to connect to those ports and so on and so on. Therefore, it is always good to set a timeout so you don't have to wait an entire day for your scan to finish. But by lowering this timeout, you will also lose the accuracy of your scan. For example, let's say we have a port that takes 1 second to connect to, and you set the timeout 0.5 seconds. Well then, after 0.5 seconds, it will determine that this port is closed even though it is not, it just takes longer to connect to. Therefore, you will lose the accuracy and you will not know that that port is open. So this part right here, which is the timeout, is completely up to you. You can change it to whichever time you want. Let's go back to our scan and we can see all 3 scans have finished. On the first target, we only found 1 open port. We didn't manage to retrieve any banner for it. On my router, we found 4 open ports and port 22 sent the banner back to us, and now we know which version of software it is running. And the target number 3, we already scanned and we got the exact same result. Okay, so our port scanner is complete. It can scan multiple targets, it retrieves the banners, and now we are ready to use it for our penetration testing. Okay, so in the next video, we're going to go really fast over this code so we can explain it once again for those of you that have some inconvenience, or if there is something that you do not understand, I will simply just go fast through that code, and then we're going to see how we can also import our port scanner into another Python program if we want to. After that video, we're going to proceed to our next project. Okay, so thank you for watching this video and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Welcome back everyone, and this is the last video to our port scanner project. Right now what we're going to do is we're going to first of all recap what we did inside of this program. So we're just going to go through the program code real fast and explain what everything is doing once again. And then I will show you how you can use this program and import it inside of another program so you can use it. Alright, so first of all, let's navigate all the way down to the beginning of the program. Here, as you can see, we prompt the user to input a target or multiple targets. We then check whether they specified one target or multiple targets. If we find comma inside of this variable, that means they specified multiple targets. Therefore, we will split all of those targets, and for each and every IP address inside of this variable, we will perform the scanning of that IP address. In any other case, that means if we didn't find comma, that means they only specified one target. Therefore, we're going to perform the scan function onto the targets variable, as it is only storing one IP address or one domain name. Okay? Then once we navigate to the scan function, here we first take the converted IP variable and then we perform the check IP function onto the specified target. If the specified target is simply IP address, we will return that IP address and it will be stored inside of the converted IP. In case the target is an actual domain name, therefore we're going to perform this socket getHostByName method, which allows us to convert the domain name into an IP address. Okay? Right after we convert the IP address, we scan for 100 ports. Now this number, keep in mind, can be changed. For example, you can scan for first 500 ports if you'd like. It doesn't have to be 100. This is a number that you can change. Now another thing that you might want to implement in this program if you want, is you can also prompt the user for how many ports they want to scan. How we would do that? Well, we will simply do that by specifying something like this. You go to the beginning of the program and there you can simply type port num. Let's say we call the variable like that, and then input, enter number of ports that you want to scan. Then the user would enter the number of ports. Oops, let's not leave this dude to be capital. Let's leave it like this. So enter number of ports that you want to scan. Then you would take this actual variable and you will also paste it into the scan function. Once you do that, if you go back to the scan function, right here, you would simply have something like port num as a parameter, and then you would have for port in range 1 through port num. So you wouldn't have 500, you would have something like port num. So simple as that. But we're not going to leave it like this, let's just leave it as the way it was before. This is just something that you can implement and leave it in the program if you want. In this case, we are not going to use that since it is not necessary. We simply just always want to scan for first 500 ports. So I will delete this. Also keep in mind, if you leave that option, you also need to specify the port number inside of this line right here and also inside of this line right here as a second parameter to the function. Okay? So once we get to this for loop, we scan for each and every port between the range of 1 and 500, and we do that by using the scan port function. So let's go to the scan port function, and this is the main part of the program. Here we create the socket object, we set the timeout so we don't actually waste too much of our time trying to figure out whether a port is closed or open. Keep in mind that the accuracy of the scan will depend on the amount of the timeout that you set. The lower the timeout, the lesser the accuracy, the higher the timeout, the bigger the accuracy. Okay, so then we perform the connect function onto the target IP address and the port number. Right after it, if we manage to connect, we will simply just try to get banner and figure out which software is the target running on that specific open port. If we don't manage to get the banner, we will simply just print open port without the banner, and if we do manage to get it, we will print open port, then the port number, and we will attach the banner right after the two dots. Okay? In any other case, if we don't manage to connect, we will simply just pass and not print anything because we are not really interested in printing which ports are closed. We're only interested in printing the open ports. Okay? So this is basically the whole idea of this port scanner project, and now let's see how we can actually use this program and import it into another program. Okay, so how can we do that? Well, first of all, what we need to do is we need to create another file. So I'm just going to go right click on the port scanner, then go to the new and then Python file, and let's call this file ipscan.py. It will automatically add it right here. So you will have two tabs, one for the port scanner and one for the IP scan. And now we want to import this program. Now, one thing before you actually do that is you need to make sure that both of these files are in the same directory. In my case, they are both in the port scanner project, therefore they are in the same directory, so I can proceed. Now, the next thing that we need to take a look at is the name of our port scanner, so it is named portscanner.py. Now, in order to actually import this file into another file in the same directory, we simply just type the command import and then the name of the program that we want to import. In our case, it is port scanner. So let's type it right here, port scanner, and you will see that PyCharm already recognizes it. Therefore, we successfully managed to import our port scanner program. Now, how can we perform the same task that we did right here, just without typing all of this code? Well, we can simply just call these functions from our second program and use them independently. Okay, so the use of this importing is basically if anyone else wants to use our port scanner, they can simply just import it and use the functions from that program into their own program. So what we're going to specify right here first is the IP address to, for example, be testphp.oneweb.com. This is the domain name that we used to test with our port scanner before, so nothing new right here. And all we need to do to actually run this port scanner inside of a different program is to call the scan function. Now, at first you might be asking, well, why are we calling the scan function? Well, basically you will notice that by calling this scan function, all of the other functions get called as well. For example, inside of the scan function, we first call the check IP function in order to check for the IP address. Then we call the scan port function, which will scan each and every port that we specify inside of this for loop. And inside of the scan port function, the get banner function gets called in order to print the banner. So we don't need to call specifically all of these functions. We can simply just call the scan function. Okay, so how can we do that? Well, in order to call a function from a different program, we first of all need to specify the program name. Just the same way that you would specify a method from a different library. For example, right here, we used socket library and we called a method or a function, and we called a function from that specific library, but before we had to specify the library name. Same way goes here. We first need to specify port scanner and then dot and then scan. You remember that the scan function takes one argument, which will be the target, as the PyCharm already tells us right here, and our target will be the IP address. And believe it or not, but this is the entire program. Just by using these 3 lines, we can perform the same thing that we did inside of our port scanner project. So this is the power of importing libraries. You can see that anyone who wants to use this can simply just write 3 lines and they will perform the same task that we performed by coding the entire port scanner. But there is another thing that we need to take a look at before we actually try to run the IP scan. You might notice this part right here. Well, we don't really want to run this since, first of all, we are calling this scan function already inside of our IP scan program, therefore we don't really want to call it twice. And we would actually call it because by importing the port scanner into our IP scan, we're also calling this part of the code. Importing a library simply means that we're going to paste the entire port scanner code into our IP scan function. Therefore, this part of the code will also get ran. So how can we make sure that this part of the code doesn't get ran? Well, simply we can type if underscore underscore name underscore underscore equals equals and then open double quotes underscore underscore main underscore underscore. If this is equal to main, then we're going to run this part of code. So let's tab all of these lines in so they belong to this if statement. And now this part of program will only get ran if we run the port scanner. This line basically means that the actual Python will recognize whether this program is being ran as a main program or it is being imported into a different program and ran from there. In case it is being imported in a different program, like in this case right here, then it will not run this part of the code. If it is not imported into a different program, and if we simply just try to run the port scanner itself, then this part of the code will actually run. And that is the meaning of this line right here. You can simply just remember this as if this is the main program, then run this part of the code. Okay, so right now let's test our ipscan.py. Let's open the terminal and let's type python 3 ipscan.py. You can see it is scanning the target. It already found the 2 ports open, and it will scan for first 500 ports as we specified and change the number from 100 to 500. You can see we are also getting some banners from these open ports. We got open port 106, open port 110, 143. We can see here is a long banner from that port. Not really sure what this is. We also discover another open port, which is port 465, and therefore our program closes as it reached the 500 ports number. Okay, so it actually does work. Now another thing that you should keep in mind is that you will need to actually code this part of the code into this IP scan because, for example, if a user specifies comma and then an IP address, this will not work because we do not have this part and this if statement right here. Therefore, it will not be able to scan because of this comma right here. So if you want to be able to scan multiple targets from your IP scan program, make sure that you implement this if statement into the IP scan. But we're not going to do that at the moment. There is no need for that. We already did that in the port scanner program, and I will leave that up to you. Okay, so with this, we actually finish our first project, which will be the port scanner. And in the next project, we're going to take a look at how we can create the vulnerability scanner, which will be based on this port scanner that we just created. So make sure not to delete this program as we're going to need it. You also know that you will have all of these actual programs in the resources at the end of each project. Okay, so you can simply just download them if you don't want to code them. I hope you enjoyed this lecture, and I will see you in the Vulnerability Scanner project. Take care and bye! Welcome everybody to our second project of this course, which would be a vulnerability scanner. Alright? So what we did by now is we created our port scanner, which managed to scan multiple targets as well as one target, and also discover which ports were open and closed, and we also managed to discover some of the softwares running on those open ports. Alright? Right now we want to advance our game and create a vulnerability scanner which will be able to detect which of those softwares are potentially vulnerable to some type of the attack. So there are a few approaches that we can do in order to create this. I picked one which is going to be based on our port scanner, meaning that we are first going to import our port scanner, we're going to scan for the open ports, then we're going to create a list of vulnerable softwares in a txt file, which then we're going to also import into our program, and then we're going to compare the softwares on the open ports with the softwares named in the list or in our txt file, and if they do match, that means that we discovered a vulnerable software which can be exploited. Alright? Now you can actually download some of these vulnerable softwares list over the internet, or for the purposes of this tutorial you can simply just create a small list of a few softwares like I will in order to test our program. But before we do any of that, let us open up our PyCharm and create our new project. Alright, so I will open up my PyCharm by going here and typing PyCharm. Here it is, it loaded fully, and by default it will open up our previous project, which will be the port scanner project, but we do not want to continue coding inside of that project, we want to create a new one, and then we are going to copy paste the port scanner into that new project. Alright, so let's wait for it to reopen all of the files from the port scanner project. Okay, so here it is. Now, let's go onto the file right here, click on the new project. Under the create new project, in the location, we can create a name for our new project, which would be vulnerability, or let's just type vuln scanner, it doesn't really matter, you can call it anything you want, and then click on create. It will ask you whether you want to open the project inside of this window, or whether you want to create a new window for it. We can simply just create this window, and it will open up the new project that we just created. Alright, so here it is, it's creating all the dependencies needed. And right now what we're going to do, we're going to open up our terminal. We're going to navigate to our port scanner project using our terminal, and then we'll copy our port scanner to the vulnerability scanner. Right, so let's go to the PyCharm projects. If I type ls, here are both of these. Then we want to navigate to the port scanner, type ls once again, and we want to copy the port scanner.py into the vulnerability scanner directory. Alright, so cp port scanner.py to the root, PyCharm, and then vulnerability scanner. Press enter, and in just a few seconds we should see our port scanner right here. Okay, so here it is. Let's open it up. And here is our program. Now, as I mentioned previously, we're going to base our vulnerability scanner onto this port scanner right here, but we're not going to code it right in this program. We're simply just going to import our port scanner, as I showed you in the previous video how you can do that, and we're going to perform some small modifications to this program right here. For example, we want to make this program a class. So we're going to delete some of the functions right here, we're going to modify this part of the program, and we're going to create this to be one giant class, alright? But more about that in the next tutorial. For now on, we just simply copy this, we created our new project, and in the next video we're ready to start coding our vulnerability scanner, alright? So, see you there and take care. Bye. Welcome back everybody. So for now we haven't really done anything yet, but we did import our port scanner, and now we're ready to start coding the main part of the program. So let's go to the vulnerability scanner right here, right click on it, click on the new, and click on Python file. So all of this stuff we already learned, we know how to do it, and let's create a program which will be called vulscan.py. Now first thing that we want to do is of course to import our port scanner, which makes sure that it is in the same directory. That is important. And that is actually going to be the only library that we are going to need, since these two libraries, which are going to be the socket library and the IPY library, are already imported inside of this port scanner program. Alright, now you might notice once again that this IPY is actually red underlined, which means that this library does not exist inside of this virtual environment, and we already talked about this before. You need to actually pip3 install it inside of this virtual environment, so let's do that right away using our terminal. Make sure that you're using terminal inside of the PyCharm and simply just type pip3 install IPY. It will install a library for you, and as soon as it is finished, you should no longer have this red underlined. Alright, so let's see. Here it is gone now, and now we have all of the libraries needed to complete our project. Alright, so let's go back to our main part of the program. We imported our port scanner, and now let's think about all of the things that we need in order to complete this project. So first of all, of course, we need the target that we are going to scan, so we want to prompt the user of this program for the target's IP address. So let's call it target's IP equals input, and we're going to actually ask the user for the input of this. So let's type it like this, and then we can add a star sign, enter target to scan for vulnerable open ports. Okay, so this will be the target's IP. Once again, we also want to make sure that this can be both IP address and the actual domain name, but we don't need to worry about that, as that part of the code is already located inside of our port scanner that we imported. So no need to code it once again. Let's just go to the next line, and also let's ask for the user for the number of ports that they want to scan. Now we didn't use it in our port scanner, so why not use it right here? Let's say they want to scan 100 ports and a different user wants to scan 200 ports. Let's add that as an available option as well. So port number will be equal to the input, and in the second line we prompt the user for the amount of ports you want to scan. And let's also notify them inside of the brackets that 500 will mean first 500 ports. Okay? So in case they get confused, they know what they need to specify. Alright, now another important thing that we need to do about this line is we need to make sure that this port number is an integer value. For example, if the user specifies number 100, it will be stored inside of this port number, but it will be stored as a string and not as an integer. Therefore, we need to wrap this entire part inside of an integer function, and this integer function simply just converts whatever is inside of the brackets into an integer value. Keep in mind that you will get an error in case the actual user of this program specifies a string. For example, they type the word tree. Well, that word will not get converted to an integer because that is not possible. Therefore, this will only work if the user specifies the actual number, which should be the case, as we are indeed asking for a number. Therefore, we want to convert it to integer so our program can continue executing. Alright, so now that we got these two things out of the way, there is a third and last thing that we need to ask the user before we actually start running the main part of the program, and that is going to be the actual file from which we're going to read vulnerable softwares. So for this program to run, we need a file. As I mentioned at the beginning of this section, we need a file that is going to store vulnerable software names that then we're going to compare with the softwares running on open ports. So we're going to call that, for example, vul_file, and it will be equal to the input let's add the double quotes. So to the input, and then we prompt to user enter path to the file with vulnerable softwares. Okay, so now that we finished everything, these are three things that we need in order to run this program. Let's print also the new line character. So right after this, we can have a little bit better view. And now we want to use the port scanner onto our program. Alright, so we're simply just going to call the function portscanner.scan onto the target's IP. Okay, now, if you think about this a little bit, you will notice that this will not actually work. Now, why this will not work? Well, there are a few problems with our port scanner, not with the port scanner itself, but with the way that we imported it and that we are going to use it inside of our vulnerability scanner. So first of all, we got a problem with this port number variable. We cannot really paste it into our scan function, as our scan function only takes one parameter. So that is the first problem, as we don't really have a way to actually tell the port scanner that we want to use this exact amount of ports. So that is the part that we also need to edit inside of our port scanner. Now, another thing that we want to do is we want to convert this entire actual port scanner into a class. And we also want to get rid of some of the functions that we don't need. And also we want to get rid of this part of the program. Since there is a lot to do with this port scanner, we're going to leave that for the next tutorial. So in the next tutorial, we're going to cover this port scanner and convert it to the best possible way for us to use it inside of our vulnerability scanner. And then we're going to continue from there. Alright, so for now, we simply just prompted the user for the needed things. And in the next video, we're going to cover the port scanner and how we can convert it the best way possible. See you there and take care. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome to this tutorial, and right now let's cover the port scanner conversion to a class. Alright, so anyone who's actually covered and learned Python before knows what classes are and knows why they are important, and in this case, in our case, we want to make sure that we convert it to class for the better usage inside of this vulnerability scanner project. Alright, so first thing that we are going to do is we're going to create the class at the top of this program. We're going to create it with the keyword class, and then we're going to call it, let's say, portscan. Open and close brackets and add two dots, and this is how we can create a class. Now, all of these functions that we have below, we want to make sure that they belong to our portscan class. So what we can do is we can tab each and every line. So let's do it one by one. Like this, and you will see that some of these actual keywords will start changing colors as they start belonging to our portscan class. Alright, so let's do it like this. All of it should be tabbed once, so let's go like this, and the scan port at the end. Okay, so here it is. Now, this part of the program, you might be asking what we're going to do with this. Well, in this case, we don't need it, so we can simply just delete that. All we need are our class with these functions right here. Let me just create space between each of these functions so we can see each and every one of them a little bit better. And now let's see what we need to do in order to get this to work. Well, first of all, we are missing a function that every class needs, and that is the init function. This init function will be coded at the top of the class, so right below the initiation of the class itself, we're going to type def underscore underscore init underscore underscore. Alright, and you will notice that by default, if I open and close brackets, it will add this self argument as a parameter to this init function or init method right here. And this self argument basically means that it is belonging to this class, and what we're going to define inside of this init method is all of the stuff, well, all of the parameters that are going to define the object to our class. For example, we want to define the target parameter and the port number parameter. That is an actual attribute to our class which defines our object. Alright? So next to this self argument, we need to define those two attributes. So the first one we can call target, and the second one, which is the new one, will be called port underscore number. Alright, so simple as that. And in order to define them inside of the init function, we simply just type self.target will be equal to target, and self.port number will be equal to port number. And this is just a Python way to actually define them, so nothing really important there. Let me just delete this empty space. And now that we have our init function, we need to add this self argument or self parameter to each and every function that belongs to this class. So we're simply just going to go right here and type self. We're also going to type self right here. Self right here. And self right here. And another very important thing that we should consider is that we don't need any of these other parameters outside of the self parameter. And why is that? Well, once you define those attributes that we need inside of this init method right here, we can access these variables throughout each and every function in our class. So we don't need to paste them as parameters. Let us just delete everything but the self parameter from each and every class. And right here as well. Make sure you do not delete it from the init method. So let's leave it like this. So now that we fixed all of the methods, let's restructure our program a little bit. So I will start off with the scan port function. Alright, so what we're going to do with this scan port function, besides it doing the usual stuff that it did inside of our port scanner project, we're going to add the converted IP into the scan port function instead of the scan function. So we're going to delete it from the scan function first. Let's go right here. We also are not interested into printing anymore, since printing we're going to do in the main program, which is going to be the vulnerability scanner. So our scan function will be left with just these two lines of code, while the conversion of the IP address will be moved right here into the scan port function. So we're going to call the check IP function. And you will notice right away that some of the stuff inside of our class is actually red underlined. And by some of the stuff I mean a lot of things, such as for example this check IP is underlined, these two variables are underlined, this get banner is underlined, the port is underlined. So all of this stuff are underlined, which means that they are not recognized by the PyCharm. Well, why is that? Let's start off first with the functions themselves as to why they are underlined. Once you create a class, you need to actually rename those functions when you call them inside of the class. You need to add the self argument before. So for example, if I type self.checkIP, you will notice that it will no longer be a red underlined, and this will get recognized by the PyCharm. This is just a way to call different methods from the class itself, so the class can recognize that this checkIP belongs to its own methods, and therefore it knows which actual method to call. Same goes with this getBanner function right here, which we can simply just add self.getBanner, and it will stop being red underline. Let's see whether we have another function which is red underline. Here it is, scanPort. If I simply just type self.scanPort, we can see it works successfully. Now, but what are we going to do with these actual variables, which are red underlined? Well, first of all, we don't really need this IP address variable anymore, as we're actually getting the IP address from our main part of the program, which is going to be the target's IP variable right here. And then we're going to paste it into our class, which will then get stored inside of this self.target variable, which then we can use throughout our class. So let's change it everywhere we can. First of all, we're going to change it in the checkIP method. So we're no longer checking the IP from the IP, we're checking the IPs from the self.target, and make sure that throughout of this class you also use the self argument when specifying the variable name. So we're trying the IP function from self.target, and in case it works, we're returning self.target. In case it doesn't work, we want to return the getHostByName from the self.target. Once again, keep in mind that this will store the IP address from our target machine. Same goes right here to the scan port. We don't really need this converted IP anymore. And why don't we need it? Well, we don't need it because, as you can see, the scan port function doesn't take the IP address as a parameter anymore. Therefore, this is red underlined, so we can simply delete it. But what with this port number? Well, we actually need to send this port as a parameter because we are inside of this for loop. Therefore, this port will change through each iteration. And we need to specify to this method right here which iteration is it currently at. So we need to send the port as an argument. Therefore, we're going to go to the scan port, and next to the self, we're going to add port as a parameter, and you will see right here at these 3 spots, the red underline will go away as this port now exists in this program. And the last part, which is red underlined, is this IP address right here. Once again, we don't really need this IP address anymore. We have self.target, and right here, since at the beginning of this try statement we converted the IP, we don't need to specify self.target right here. We can specify converted IP. Alright, since this will be the IP address, whether the target was specified as a domain or simply as an IP address. Alright. Another thing that we want to make sure is that we don't have unnecessary functions that can be put inside of a different functions. For example, this get banner can also be put inside of this scan port function. Therefore, we don't really need this method right here. So we can simply just delete the get banner. And we can put it right here. As you will see, this will get flagged as get banner doesn't exist anymore. Therefore, instead of trying to call this function, what we're going to do is we're going to write the get banner function code instead right here. So sock.receive. We want to receive 1024 bytes. And we're simply just using the sock object that we created right here. So no worries about that. We don't need to name it anything differently. We also want to decode the response. And the reason why we're decoding the response is so we don't really have to do it later on right here. So once we decode the response, we then want to strip it from any unnecessary characters, such as for example \n, and also we want to strip it from \r. And the reason why we are performing this stripping part is because, especially in this program right here in our vulnerability scanner, it is important to strip everything that we don't need from the response, as this banner variable will store the most important and crucial part to our vulnerability scanner. As inside of this program, we're going to compare this banner variable with the actual content from this vulnerability file in order if they match. So for example, if we have the same banner in a vulnerability file and the same banner gets retrieved into this variable, and imagine that we do not strip these actual characters from it, well, our program will not really find a match, as they will be different only by this character. So that's why we're stripping it, as the new line character is not important to us. Alright? So simple as that. The next thing we actually don't need is these print statements right here. We needed them inside of our port scanner project, but we don't need them anymore, as we are not really interested in printing which ports are closed and which ports are open, since this is not a port scanner. But however, there is another problem that will occur, and that is that this banner can only store one banner at a time. But we need to retrieve multiple banners if we find multiple ports open on the targets, and if we also manage to retrieve multiple banners from those open ports. So we will need to store multiple banners and not just one. So how can we fix that? Well, we can actually easily fix that. We can simply just add a list, which will be at the beginning of our class. Right here we're going to call it banners, and in order to define a list we specify these square brackets right here. By specifying open and close square brackets, we initiate that this banners list will be empty for now, and then every time we actually manage to retrieve the banner right here with this line, we can then right after it below append the actual banner to the banners list, just like this. And you will notice that this banners is red underlined. That means that we need to add the self.banners argument right here, and everything will work correctly. And in case we don't manage to retrieve the banner, we're simply just going to pass for now. Alright? And at the end, we can simply just close the connection with sock.close. So simple as that. Let me see if everything is correct for now. Everything seems to be good. Our get check IP function is good. Our scan is good. But don't worry. There is another thing that we actually have to do, which is going to be to create another list, which is going to be the open ports list. Now you might be asking, why are we actually doing this? And this is more easily showed than explained, but I will try to explain it anyway right now. And once we run the program, you will get it why we need this open ports list. For now on, let me just try to explain it. Well, once we actually created this class right here with these three methods, you notice that we also had to create this banners list right here in order to store multiple banners. Once we actually get to actually printing those banners and open ports into our vulnerability scanner, we want to make sure that each open port will match to each banner. And since we removed all of the print statements, we cannot really print open port one by one. We have to store all of the open ports somewhere and all of the banners somewhere, and then we have to print them each element one by one. That's why we also need the open port list that we created right here, and after each time we manage to connect to a port, we will add that port to the open ports list. So self.openPorts and then .append, the same way we are adding the banners, we're also going to add open ports, and we're simply just going to specify right here port. Alright? Now, that is not the end of our problems. You noticed once we actually had port scanner projects that we had more open ports than more banners retrieved. For example, some of the ports that were open and that we tagged as open weren't sending us any banner, therefore we just didn't have banner for that open port. And that can present us a problem because if we have 10 open ports, for example, and we retrieve only 3 banners, then in one list, which will be the open ports list, we will have 10 elements or 10 ports, and in the banners list, we will have 3 elements. And therefore, once we want to print each element one by one, for example, the element 1 from the open ports should correspond to the element 1 from banners, and so on and so on. It will get confused in some of the open ports, which don't have banners, will get banners, and it will all get mixed up and it will not be correct. Therefore, we want to make sure that the open port list has the exact same amount of elements as the banners list has. So each element can respond to each element from the different list. How can we do that, since we are obviously going to have less banners than open ports? Well, we can fix that just by, instead of the pass statement right here under the except, we can also append to the banners list. So for each open port, we're going to append anyway. Even if it manages to retrieve the banner, we are going to append. And if it doesn't manage to retrieve the banner, we're also going to append. So self.banners.append, but in this case, we are simply just going to append empty space. We're not going to append any string or anything else. It will simply just be there, so an element can get added to the banners list. Alright? So we simply change this so we can have the same amount of elements in both banners and open ports. And with this, we successfully transformed our port scanner into an actual class that we can use inside of our vulnerability scanner project. And in the next video, we're going to see how we can call this class from our vulnerability scanner. Okay, so thank you for watching this tutorial, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Welcome back, everybody. Let's see now how we can actually call our port scanner class into our vulnerability scanner program. Alright, so we have everything ready right here. We switched everything that we needed to. We also added some of the lists, some of the specific attributes to this class. We changed some of the functions as well as deleted the getBanner method from this class. And we also added the conversion of IP address into the scanPort method. Alright? So now that what we need to do is we need to see how we can create an object that will belong to this class and how we can use it inside of our vulnerability scanner program. Well, right away I can tell you that this will not work, because with this we're simply specifying the name of the file that we imported and then the function. but this function no longer exists as a separate function inside of the port scanner. That function is now the actual method to the port scan class. So in order to actually call that, we first of all need to create an object that will belong to that class. And we can simply call that object target. So simple as that. Target will be our object, and in order to initiate that object to belong to the port scan class, we first of all need to specify the port scanner, which is the file that we are using the class from, and then the name of the class itself. Now, you will notice that if I specify the open and close brackets, PyCharm will suggest right away that this port scan class takes two parameters. The first parameter will be the target's IP address and the number of ports that we want to scan for the vulnerable software. Now, why does it say these two parameters? Well, inside of our port scanner class, you will notice that we have two variables inside of our init method. And these two variables are exactly what we need to specify to our object. So we need to know the target's IP address as well as the number of ports. So let's specify that. We already prompted to the user for these two values, therefore we can simply just specify right here target's IP and then comma port number. Alright? And we successfully created the object to our port scan class. Right now, in order to initiate the scan itself, so we can scan for the open ports and retrieve the banners to those open ports, we need to initiate a method from this class. And how do we do that? We need to initiate a method onto our object from the port scanner class. So how can we do that? Well, first of all, we need to check which method we need to initiate, and ideally we want to initiate one method which will call all of the other methods as well. And in our case, that method would be the scan function, as the scan method calls the scan port method, and the scan port method calls the check IP method, as well as checks for the banners and adds them to the list. So we need to type right here target.scan, and simply with just these two lines, we perform the entire scan for open ports and softwares on our target's IP address. All we're left to do right now is compare those banners that we retrieved from the open ports with the banners that we will have in a separate file that we're going to create in just a second. And if we find a match, that means that we found a vulnerable software. Alright, so first of all, we need to perform something, and that will be the scanning of a target. And then we're going to add 2 or 3 banners to the actual txt file, which then we're going to use. Well, let me just show you. It is easier if I just show you. First of all, I will enlarge this, zoom this in, and I will navigate to our PyCharm projects as well as the port scanner project. And here, if I simply just python port scanner.py, and let's say we test this website, testphp.vulnweb.com, press here enter, it will scan for the open ports and we will retrieve some banners from it. Then we're going to copy these banners and add them into a txt file, which then we will use inside of this program. So let's say we want to copy first 2 banners. Alright, we're just going to wait for a few seconds for this scan to finish, and keep in mind we are using the port scanner tool that we created, so you can see it can be sometimes useful, especially when you try to gather more information about the target's machine. Alright, so here it is, it has finished. Now let's copy this. We don't need that IP address, we're going to copy this. Then right here under the Vault Scanner, we're going to click on new, but instead of new Python file, we simply just want to create new file. It will be called, let's say, vol_file, or no, let's not call it like the actual variable, volbanners.txt. Let's call it just like that, and then right here we're going to paste this as a first banner, and as a second banner we're going to paste, let's say, this. Copy selection and paste it right here. Alright, so here it is. We got 2 banners ready. And now let's see if we manage to find these 2 matches with our vulnerability scanner. Okay, so first of all, what we need to do in order to compare the banners with the banners from the file, we need to open that file first. So how can we do that? Well, in Python we do it with this statement. So with open, and then open and close brackets. And first parameter to this open function would be the file name, which is stored inside of this vol file variable. So with open vol_file. And the second parameter would be how you want to actually open it. In our case, we want to open that file for reading, so we want to read from it. You also have the write and append option, but in this case, we're going to open the file for reading, which we specify just by simply typing r. And then we specify as, and then the name of the file object as file. Let's call it like that. So with open vulnerability file for reading as file. Then we need to perform the comparison of these banners. What we're going to do first is we're going to add a count variable, which will be equal to 0. And then we're going to take a look at all of the banners that we gathered during our scan. Alright, so how can we do that? We can access those banners by simply typing target.banners. How can we do that? Well, since we created this object right here, this object, besides these two variables, also has these two variables right here, or these two lists, should I say. So we can also access them as well if we want to, using our object. So target banners, and what we want to do with that is we want to iterate over it. So for banner in target.banners, we first of all want to navigate to the beginning of our banners.txt file, and we can do that using file.seek 0. And the reason why we need this line is because in case we remove this, it will only find the first result and it will not manage to find the second result, because it will take the first banner, then it will iterate over all of the banners inside of this list, and if it finds it, it will be stuck at the end of the actual file and it will not get back to read it from the beginning for the next banner. It will just read it from where it stopped. That's why after every banner we need to actually seek to the beginning of this file, which we do using file.seek 0. 0 means simply return to the beginning and read all over again. And now we need to iterate once again. So for line in file.readlines, and you will notice that we actually have two functions right here. One is readline and one is read lines. If you use readline, it will only read one characters one by one, so we don't really want that. We want to use read line, so it actually leads line by line. So let's just type it right here for line in file.readlines, and since this is a function, we need open and close brackets. And now we can compare the banners. If line.strip, we want to strip it from anything that might cause some problems in matching these two banners. And keep in mind that this line is simply just a line from the txt file. For example, it can be this, and then we need to compare that with the banners from this list right here. So if line.strip in banner that we are currently reading from this list. So if line.strip in banner, and then here we want to print, let's print it like this. So open single quote, 2 exclamation marks, and let's print in capital letters, for example, vulnerable banner. And then let's also add double quotes to our actual string, so we can add it between the banner plus the banner itself, plus, and then single quotes, double quote at the beginning, and then on port. And let's print it like this. Plus the string. And here we want to actually print the port number corresponding to that specific banner. So how can we do that? Well, that is why we need this count variable, since this count variable will keep a track of each element that we pass by scanning each and every banner. So each and every banner will correspond to the exact same number of elements inside of this open ports list right here. So for example, if the count variable came to number 3, that means we are scanning third banner, and that third banner will be correspondent to the third element of the open ports list, which will be the actual port number to that specific banner. So in order to access that list, we need to type the target object dot open ports. We can access it the same way that we access the banners, so dot open ports. And here we need to specify which element are we looking for, and we specify that in the square brackets right here. So then we add right here count. So simple as that. For some reason we are getting these red lines in, for example, line.strip port scanner.port scan. And why is that? Well, let's just finish this so we don't forget the last line, which will be to actually increase the count variable by 1. And you need to keep in mind where are you actually increasing it, inside of which loop. Well, you want to increase it inside of this loop, but you don't want to increase it inside of this loop. So you want to increase it after you pass every banner. You increase the element by 1 because you proceed to the next banner in the list. Therefore, we want to increase it right here. So count plus equals 1. Okay, so everything seems to be working correctly. We just seem to have a bunch of errors right here, but let's try to run the program so we can see what type of errors are those. So we'll scan.py, and it says right here invalid syntax. Let's see where that is. Invalid syntax inside of the vol file. Okay, so we have a bracket extra, so let's delete this. Try it once again. Oh no, we actually do not have a bracket extra. We're not even fixing the correct part. It is inside of this vol file. Yeah, we have an extra square bracket right here, so let's delete that. And if I run it once again, we can notice that we no longer have any error. So this extra bracket right here created us the problem throughout the entire program. So now that we fixed it, this should work. Enter target to scan for vulnerable open ports. Let's type test.php.vulnweb.com. We want to scan for first 100 ports because both of the vulnerable softwares are located inside of the first 100 ports. And we want to enter the path to the file with vulnerable softwares. Well, in our case, since the actual file is inside the same directory as our program, we don't need to specify the path. We can simply just specify the file name. But if this file was in another directory, you would need to specify the full path to that directory. In our case, wallbanners.txt. Press here enter, and now we wait for it to perform the scan first of the first 100 ports. Then it will go to this iteration right here with opening of the file and then comparing the banners, and if it manages to find the banner that matches in both of the banners list and the actual file that we open, then it will print that the vulnerable software has been found. Alright, so let's see right here. It might take a few seconds to finish. And here it is. We found two vulnerable banners, as it prints right here. Vulnerable banner with this name right here on port 21, and vulnerable banner with this name on port 22. Alright, so good. We managed to find the vulnerable banners, and now we can simply just proceed to exploit the target with these two vulnerabilities. Alright, so that would be about it for this vulnerability scanner. As you can see, it is not really that big of a project. It is mostly based on our port scanner. We simply just compare the actual banners from the file and the scan itself, and then we print it out. Alright, so once again, this is something that you can download from the internet, or you can simply just create it by yourself, just by adding multiple vulnerable banners to this list and then creating your own list. And then you can use this program in order to scan the target. In the next video, we're going to perform the recap of this actual project. We're going to see once again how this program works, briefly explain it once again in case there is something that you missed or did not understand, and then we're going to proceed to our next project. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lecture. Bye. Welcome back. Let's perform a recap on our vulnerability scanner. Alright, so let's go step by step. So the first thing that we did is we imported our port scanner that we coded in the previous project. Now, in order for this port scanner to work, we performed some of the modifications to the code itself by adding the actual port scan class, which will have these multiple methods, and each one of them will perform a separate task. We also performed some little modifications to the actual parameters themselves, and also deleted the getBanner function, and we put it inside of the scan port function. We also removed all of the print statements as we do not need them, and we added two different lists, which is the banners list and the open ports list, in order to be able to print the banners and open ports inside of our vulnerability scanner. After that, we then created these three variables which will store all of the needed information for our port scanner to run. We initiated an object right after it, which will belong to the class port scan. We then initiated the scan itself by calling the scan method from the port scan class. After the scan has finished, we now know that after this line, in our open ports list right here and in our banners list right here, we have all of the results ready. So then after the scan, we open the file which contains the vulnerable softwares on an open port. As soon as we open the file, we created the count variable, which is really important in order to keep the track of elements in the banners and open ports as well. After every banner that we scan, we increase the count variable by 1 and proceed to the next banner, and then we compare the line with the banner itself, and if there is any part that matches with the banner, we will print it as a vulnerable banner as well as specify which port the software is running on. Alright, so now that we recapped all of the things that we did, let's perform one final test to see whether it works. If I clear this, Python 3, and then volscan.py. Let's perform the same test once again, volweb.com. First 100 ports, and volbanners.txt. Now you might be asking the reason why we are performing these recaps after every project. Well, it is in case you missed something or didn't understand something, so we just go over the code one more time in short term, and it will also help you to remember everything better and to fully understand the program once it is fully coded and once it is working as well. As we can see, we got the exact same result as in the previous video, and we managed to find both of the vulnerable banners, which is good. Now if I try to, for example, scan my router's IP address, 100 volbanners.txt, it will scan my router and you will see it will not find any vulnerable softwares, as there is not any open port on my router which is running one of these two softwares. Alright, so that would be about it for this project. I hope you enjoyed it, and in the next video we're going to see how we can still gain access to the target machine even if we don't find a vulnerable software running on an open port and we don't know how to exploit it. We're going to take a look at some of the different things that we can do in order to enter the target's machine, such as, for example, performing the SSH brute force and gaining the SSH access to the target. So we're going to see how we can do that in our next project, and after that many more projects to go. So thank you for watching this tutorial, and I will see you in the next lecture. Bye! Hello everyone, and this is our bonus video for the SSH brute force section, and in this video I will demonstrate how you can install Metasploitable as a virtual machine. Alright, so there are a few things that you need to do. First of all, you need to open up your Google Chrome and type in the Metasploitable name inside of your search bar. Then you should navigate to the first link, which will be the sourceforge.net Metasploitable download. Click on it and simply click on this green download button. It will start downloading this zip file, which is around 800 megabytes large, and once it has finished, then you can extract it to the desktop or simply just move it to the desktop, create a new folder, call that folder, for example, Metasploitable. Paste this zip file into that folder. Then we want to extract all of the files inside of this folder that we created. Now this will take a few seconds to finish, and we should receive the metasploitable.vmdk file, which then we will use in order to create our virtual machine with all the vulnerable softwares. Now, the only thing we need from this virtual machine is the SSH client, so once again, if you have any SSH service running on any other machine, you don't really need to do this. You can perform the SSH brute force on any SSH machine that you manage to find, and of course that you have the permission to test on. Alright, so this is finished. We got this file right here, and you will see a couple of files in which we are interested in this Metasploitable file, which is .vmdk. It is the size of 1.79 gigabytes, and right now we need to open up our VirtualBox. Click on New, put in a name for your virtual machine. For example, let's call it Metasploit. And make sure that under the type you set Linux, and under the version you set all the way down other Linux 64-bit. Click on next. 512 megabytes is more than enough for this machine, so click on next. And instead of going with the create a virtual hard disk now, as we did with the Kali Linux machine, we want to go to the use an existing virtual hard disk file. Click on this, and right here click on this icon, where it will open this video, where you can simply just find your Metasploitable VMDK file and use it as your hard disk. Since I don't have it right here, I want to go to the add. Then I want to navigate to the desktop, to the Metasploitable, and then this file, and here it is, the metasploitable.vmdk. Click on open. Try to find it right here. Here it is. I will simply just double click on it. It will automatically set it right here, and I will click on create. As soon as that has finished, we also want to set the network settings that we used in the Kali Linux. We also want to set it in the Metasploitable as well, so go to the bridge adapter and set the Ethernet cable connection, and once again make sure cable connected is checked. Click on OK, and now you can start the machine. So I will simply just click on start, and you will notice that this actual machine doesn't take too long to install. It will take just 2 or 3 minutes possibly, and then we are ready to proceed with our brute forcer for the SSH service. Alright, so it says starting up right here. It will automatically download and install all of the stuff and all the softwares that it needs, so we don't really have to do anything. All we need to do is to log into the machine once it has finished installing everything. Alright, so we are going to wait for that to finish, and here it is already over. It is asking us for the login, and you will notice that above the actual login, it tells us that the username and password is msfadmin and msfadmin. So let's go right here and type msfadmin, and as a password as well msfadmin. Clear the screen, since this is just a command line machine, and if I type ifconfig, I make sure that we are in the same local area network with the IP address of 192.168.1.3, and this is basically it. We successfully downloaded and installed Metasploitable virtual machine. So thank you for watching this tutorial, and I will see you in the next lecture. Bye! Hello everybody, and welcome to our third project, which is going to be the SSH brute forcer. So for now on, we managed to scan the open ports to determine which ones were closed, which ones were open. We also managed to scan for the softwares running on those open ports. And now let's imagine an example that we didn't really manage to find any vulnerable software running on those open ports. Well, now we have to turn to different approaches, such as, for example, trying to gain access through some of those services running on those open ports. And we're going to take a look at the first one, which is going to be the SSH brute force. Now, what is an SSH? Well, SSH is a way that you can communicate and control the target machine over the internet just by performing the SSH connection to that specific machine. Now, of course, it is a secure protocol, therefore we would need the username and password in order to gain access to that specific machine over the SSH protocol. Now, for the purposes of this project, we're going to use a virtual machine which is called Metasploitable. Now, I downloaded it and already installed it. Here it is. And in case you don't know how to do that, I created a bonus video which is going to be at the last section of this course. And there you should see the bonus video which simply just shows you how to download and install Metasploitable. Now, I will assume that you already have it and that you watched that video, so I will simply just start this machine. And first of all, we're going to take a look at how we can simply just connect over the SSH using our terminal. And then we're going to try to implement all of that into our SSH brute forcer program. Now, there will be two versions of this program. One will be a regular SSH brute force, and the other one will be the SSH brute forcer with threading library. Now, the reason why we do that is because if you use a threading library in order to perform brute forcing, it will automatically be faster than simply just using one thread in order to perform the brute force. But let's not bother ourselves with that right now. Let's see how we can connect to the SSH using our terminal. So our machine is up and running. We log in using the msfadmin as a username and msfadmin as a password. And here it is, everything works correctly. If I type ifconfig, I will check my IP address, which is going to be 192.168.1.3. So I need to remember that, open up my terminal, let me enlarge all of this in, and now try to connect to that IP address using SSH protocol. So SSH and then 192.168.1.3. Press here enter, and here are some of the stuff that happens once you try to connect over the SSH. The authenticity of the host can be established. RSA key fingerprint is, and then this one, are you sure you want to continue connecting? We want to type here yes, and it will tell us that it permanently added the RSA to the list of known hosts. Now this is just some regular stuff that happens once you try to actually connect to the SSH, and we're going to have to implement some of these things in our program as well, so keep in mind for that right now. And it will ask us to connect to the root account, which we don't really want, so I'm just going to click exit right here. I will control C, and then I will SSH MSF admin and then at 192.168.1.3. Okay, and the password will be MSF admin if I'm not mistaken. And here it is, we successfully managed to connect to the MSF admin account on the Metasploitable virtual machine using the SSH from our terminal. Alright, and now if I type ifconfig in this terminal, you will see that we get the exact same IP address as we got when I typed ifconfig inside our Metasploitable. So we basically got something like a reverse shell running, and we can execute any commands we want, and we can do anything onto our Metasploitable machine. So let me exit this, since we are not really interested in doing this over terminal, and let's start a new project on SSH Brute Forcer. Now, of course, I showed you an example. Let me just open up my PyCharm. Now, of course, I showed you an example in which we actually know the password to the target, and in our program we want to make sure that we do not know the password, and we will try multiple passwords until we actually find the correct one. Okay? And then once we find the correct one, we will print it to the screen, found password, and we will print the username and the password for that specific account. Now, by default, we will probably open up our previous project, which is going to be the vulnerability scanner. Yeah, here it is. But we want to, as usual, create a new project, which we will call the SSH Brute Forcer. So let's wait for all of this to load up. Okay, so it loaded up. Let's go to the file, new project. Let's name the project to be SSH Brute Force. Click on create. We want to create and open the new project inside of this window. Let's wait for it to create the virtual environment for us and all the dependencies. And now we can simply just create our Python file by right-clicking, new Python file, and let's call it sshbrute.py. Easy to remember, so all we are going to do in this video before we end it is we're going to import the needed libraries for this program to work. Now, let's type the import command, and the first library and the most important library for this actual project is going to be the Paramiko library. We will use this library in order to automate the process of connecting to our SSH client. So this library has already pre-made functions that we can use in order to make this process shorter. Alright? Then we're going to need the sys library, the OS library, the socket library, of course. Every time we actually try to perform some task over the internet, we will most likely use the socket library, and we are also going to use the term color library. Now, you will notice that out of these 5 libraries, 2 are actually red underlined, which means we do not have them installed inside our virtual environment. So let's install them. We already know how to do that. We will open up our terminal inside our PyCharm and type pip3 install, and first let's go with the Paramiko, since Paramiko is essential for this program to work, while as term color we don't really need, but it will make our program look nicer. And we can see it successfully installed Paramiko, and now let's pip3 install term color. Alright, so pip3 install term color, and this will finish in just a second. Here it is. If I exit this terminal and go back to my program, for some reason this is still red underline, not really sure why. Let's start typing something, maybe it will go away. print. Yeah, it went away. Great. So everything is imported successfully, and in the next video we can start off with our brute forcer. Hope I see you in the next lecture, and take care. Bye. Welcome back everyone, and let's continue with the coding of our brute forcer. You will notice right away that we're going to start it rather the same as our vulnerability scanner by prompting the users to input 3 different things that we are going to store into 3 different variables and use throughout our program. Now 2 of those 3 things are going to be the exact same as in our vulnerability scanner, and the third one is going to be the username for the SSH account. So first thing we're going to prompt to the user is to enter the host, so the actual IP address to the target that they want to connect to. So we're going to type it right here, input, and let's add the plus sign and then target address, so the user can specify the target address. The second thing that we are going to need is going to be the username for the account that we are trying to brute force, which in our case, if you're using Metasploitable as I am, is going to be MSF admin. Alright, so we're going to input right here, add the plus sign once again, and SSH username. And the last thing that we want to prompt to the user is to input the file, or the file name from which we are going to read the passwords. Alright, so input file, let's call it like that, and we're going to type input, single quotes, plus sign, and then passwords file. Alright, so simple as that. Once the user specifies all of these 3 things, we are ready to start running our program. The first thing that we are going to take a look at is whether the username specified the actual password file correctly, and we're going to do that using the OS library. So we're going to see whether this file actually exists. If it doesn't exist, we're going to print to the user file doesn't exist. Okay, so now in order to actually do that, we're going to use an if statement, and we're going to call the OS library with the path and .exists. Now this os.path.exists will check for a specified path, whether that path simply exists or not. Basically it performs the same thing as its name says. So os.path.exists, and in the brackets we specify the actual path to the file, so in our case that will be input file. And if it equals to false, since this actual function will return true and false, true if the file exists, and false if it doesn't exist, so in this case if it doesn't exist, we're going to print that file doesn't exist. And we also want to make sure that we add right here /path, in case the user specifies path and not just the file name. And then we're going to use the sys library in order to exit the program with number 1. So sys.exit in case that file doesn't exist, so the user can actually rerun the program and specify the correct file. Right now that we did all of this, we need to actually proceed with the main part of the program, which is going to be the comparison of the passwords with the SSH client. So in order to do that, we're going to have to open file first. And to open this passwords file, we simply just use the same thing as from the vulnerability scanner, which is the statement with open, and then we specify the file name. In our case, it is stored inside the input file variable, and then we open it up for reading. Once we do that, we simply create a file descriptor name, which is going to be just file, and then we check all the passwords line by line. So for each line, in file.readlines, and keep in mind that you need to use readline with S, and there is also readline, but readline will only read character 1 by 1, and we want to make sure we use readline, so we read line by line. Alright, once it reads the line, that line will be a password, and we're going to set it so password equals line, and that line we want to strip out any character that we don't need. For example, the new line character, we don't really need it inside of this string, so we're going to strip any unnecessary thing and store it in a new variable that we just created, which is going to be called password. Alright, once we have the password ready to test, then we can simply just try to connect with that password. And in order to do that, we're going to use a function ssh underscore connect with this specified password. Now, you might notice right away that this is red underline. And the reason why this is red underline is because this function doesn't even exist. Now you might be asking, why are we using it if it doesn't exist? Well, we're going to code it in the next video, and inside of this function we're going to use the Paramico library in order to automate the SSH connection to the target. Alright, so that would be about it for this tutorial, and I will see you in the next lecture. Bye! Welcome back everyone, and right now we are ready to start coding our SSH connect function. In the previous video we coded all of this. So this is just the base part of the program where we ask for some important information, then we check whether that information is correct, and then we continue with the actual brute forcing. Right now we're going to code the SSH connect function, and let's do it at the beginning of the program. We're going to define it first, define SSH_connect. And this function will actually take two parameters. One of them is going to be the password, which we specified right here, and the other one we're going to actually declare right here in the brackets, and we're going to call it code to be equal to 0. What this means when you simply specify code to be equal to 0 is, in case we don't really specify anything as a second parameter right here in this line, that means that this code parameter will automatically be set to 0. Alright, and we want it like that. So let's add two dots right here and start coding the part of the function. First of all, we need to create a variable which is going to be called SSH, and that variable will be equal to paramico.sshclient. So we're going to use this sshclient function in order to declare this variable, and then we're going to use this variable to set missing host key policy. So this is a long function, as you can see. You can simply just tab it to autocomplete it once the PyCharm outputs it as a possible function to use. So we're going to type ssh set missing host key policy, and right here we need to specify paramico.autoadd policy, and this is also function. So this is just some basic two lines that we need to set before we try to connect to the SSH client, and right after it comes the connect part, which we will try with the try and except statement. Similar thing that we did with our port scanner, we're going to do right here. We're going to try to connect inside of this try statement, and in the except statement we're going to print that the password was incorrect. Alright, so right here in the try statement we're going to type ssh.connect. We're going to connect onto the host, and keep in mind that the host is this variable right here which stores the IP address that the user specifies. We want to connect over the port 22 because the port 22 is a regular port for the SSH. We want to set the username to be equal to username, which once again is this variable right here. And we want to set the last thing, which is going to be the password, to be equal to password, which we pasted right here as a parameter. So it is going to get stored from here to here. Alright, so this connect function that comes with the Paramico library has four parameters: the IP address, the port number, the username, and the password. And this is all that we're going to do right here in the try statement. In the except statement we're going to check for an error which is going to be called Paramico authentication exception, which simply just stands for if the password was incorrect, we're going to perform this part of the code. So if the authentication didn't manage to go through, that means we specified the incorrect password, and therefore we're going to set the code parameter, which remember is the second parameter to our function, to be equal to 1. And in the last case, which is going to be another except statement, we're going to set right here except socket error as E. We're going to set the code to be equal to 2. And before I explain this try and except once again, let me just type here ssh.close once we finish everything, and we want to return the code from this function. So let's go through it once again. We declare the SSH client, we add the auto add policy. These are two standard lines before we try to connect. Then we try to connect to the target if we manage to connect with the password, then this second parameter, which is code, will remain 0. If we specify wrong password, the code will be changed to 1. And if there is any error during the connection, for example, we cannot connect to the target because it is offline, then the code will be 2. Therefore, once we return the code and we check it, then we will know which password is correct and which password isn't correct. Alright, so we're going to finish that in the next tutorial. For now on, we got our function ready. And before I finish off this lecture, I will just add right here that the response is going to be equal to SSH connect with the password. The reason for that is, since we are returning the code from our function, we want to store the result inside of a response variable. Therefore, this response variable will contain the value of the code, whether it is 0, 1 or 2. Alright, so simple as that, and let's continue in the next tutorial. Hope I see you there, and take care. Bye. Welcome back. Let's wrap up our program and run it for a test. So, there are a few things that we actually need to finish before we do that. For now on, we got the main part of the program ready, which is the connect function. We used up all of these 4 libraries, and we are just now going to use the term color library as well. And we also managed to open the file, read the password from the file, and now we need to compare the actual code that we return from the response and see whether that password is correct or not. Alright, so the last line is us returning the code and storing it in the response variable. So let's think about what we need to do after it. Well, we need to compare the actual response with 0, 1 and 2. Simple as that. So in the try statement, we're first of all going to compare if response equals to 0. That means, let's check it out first. What 0 means? Well, since 0 is a parameter that is already set by default, or the code is parameter that is already set by default to be equal to 0, and we do not change it if we manage to connect, that means that 0 equals successful connection. So we're going to print found password. Let's print it like this. So inside we are going to add the plus sign, found password, 2 dots, and then let's add the password as a string. And let's also add for which account we managed to find the password. So for account. And then let's also add plus username. Alright. And let me just move this a little bit to the side so everything can fit inside of our screen. And now there is the part where we can use term color library, and what term color library allows us to do is to print the statements in different colors. That's what I meant when I mentioned that it is not needed inside of this program, but it will make it look a little bit prettier. So inside of the print statement, we're going to define term color and then dot colored, which is the actual function that we need to use. Open up 2 brackets right here. And in the first bracket, we're going to type the actual print statement, which is this thing. Let us go to the side. So here we close the first bracket. Then we need to add the comma, and in between the single quotes, here we specify in which color we want to print. Let's say we want to print in green color, as we successfully managed to connect, so it will be green. And then we need to close the first bracket, which is going to be the bracket to the term color function, and now the second bracket, which is going to be the bracket to the print statement. So let's check if we have the right amount of brackets. 1 bracket, 2 brackets, 3 brackets, and 3 close brackets. Alright, so everything seems to be good. Now, let's go down here. If we manage to find the password, let me just move this so we can see entire code. If we manage to find the password, then we can break out of this program. Since we don't really need to test anymore, we managed to find it. In case we don't manage, which will be the else if statement, or else if response equals to 1, then we will simply just print incorrect login, and we're going to add the password so we can see which password is incorrect. And the last case, which is if the response is equal to 2, then we're going to print simply just Let's print it like this. And let's print can't connect as an error, so we didn't manage to connect, possibly the target is offline. And after it we want to sys exit the program. Since we didn't manage to connect, there is nothing really more to test right here. And after it, as the except statement, we want to print any other exception in case there is some exception that we didn't cover, such as connection, wrong password, or didn't manage to connect. We want to print it right here, so except exception as E. We want to print that exception, so print E, and then we can pass. Since this actual exception can occur only in one password, therefore we don't really want to break out of the program. We want to print that exception and possibly go on to the next password. Okay, so this is the entire program. Let's see if there is anything that we didn't code. Let's delete this empty space right here. We used up all of the libraries that we imported. This is the part of the program where we check for the password, and this is the actual connection part of the program. Alright, so let's test it up. We're going to open up our terminal, enlarge everything so we can see it better. And before we actually test it, you might notice that we're missing one thing, and that thing is going to be the passwords list. Now, once again, for the purposes of this tutorial, I'm going to create a small password list with around 10 passwords. But if you were to perform a real-life attack, you would actually use a lot bigger password with possibly tens of thousands or hundreds of thousand passwords and see which one is correct, if you manage to find it. Now, of course, in the bonus videos, I will leave a video where I will show you where you can actually download some of the bigger password lists that are used for real-life attacks, but right now we're going to test it on a small password list that we're going to create. So let's go right here, right-click. Oops, right-click right here, new, and we want, well, we don't want that. We want to go once again, new file, just a regular file, and let's call it passwords.txt. And let's add some random passwords, such as, for example, hello world, 123, 54321, password 123. Let's type in another password, test 4321. Let's add a real password right now so we can see whether it works, which is msfadmin, and let's add two more passwords. So root and root123. Why not? So we have around 9 passwords, so let's add one more so we can circle it to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this is our password list. Alright, so let's test our program. We have our terminal open. We zoomed everything in. Now let's go to the PyCharm. Let's go to the SSH brute force. And right here, we want to run the sshbroot.py. So Python 3 sshbroot.py. We have somewhere invalid syntax, so let's see where that is. File.readlines. This is somewhere down here. For line in file.readlines, and at the end of the for statement, we need to specify 2 dots. Therefore, this didn't work. Let's test it once again. Target address, we specify 192.168.1.3. And once again, in order to check out the IP address of your target machine, you simply just type ifconfig inside of your metasploitable, and you will get the inet address right here, which is 192.168.1.3 in my case. In your case, it will most likely be something different. So don't specify the same thing right here. Okay, so now that you specify this, press enter. The SSH username for the metasploitable is msfadmin. Now, you can perform this attack if you want to practice after this on a root account on metasploitable with a big password list that you can download online and see whether you can crack the root SSH account on the metasploitable. So SSH username, msfadmin, and passwords file will be passwords.txt. Press here enter, and let's see whether this will work. As you can see, first password is incorrect, second password incorrect, third and fourth are also incorrect, and let's see what happens once we get to the msfadmin. And here it is, found password msfadmin for account msfadmin. Then it exited out of the program because there is no point in testing out other passwords. So all we need to do in order to fix this, so it can look a little bit prettier, is we want to print right here, right after the input file, we want to print the new line characters so we can differentiate the input parameters that we specify from the actual passwords that it tests. So print \n, and let's run it once again right here, clear 192.168.1.3 msfadmin and passwords.txt. Here it is, new line character is there, and it will perform the exact same task as it did previously. Now, you might notice that this is going a little bit slow, and that is something that we will fix in the next video, as we're going to see how we can import threading library inside of this program to make it brute force the passwords faster. Because in real life attacks, if you for example had 100,000 passwords, this would take a long time to actually brute force, and you don't really want to sit for a week waiting for 100,000 passwords to finish. You want to finish it as fast as possible. So we're going to take a look at that in the next tutorial. I hope you enjoyed this one, and I will see you in the threading part of this section. Take care. Bye. Welcome everyone to this lecture where we are going to take a look at the code of how we can make our SSH brute forcer work faster by using thread library. Alright, so here is the code, and the reason why we are not going to code it ourselves is because it is rather similar to the first program that we coded in the previous few videos. There are just some minor changes as well as adding some libraries that we are going to need. So let's start off from the beginning. Well, first of all, there are two different libraries that we had to import next to these four. Those two are time library and threading library. Both of these libraries belong to the default Python libraries, so there is no need for you to actually install them in your virtual environment as they are already there. Right after it, at the beginning of the program, we declare a stop flag variable. And this variable is going to be of use to us once we get to the actual threading part. So, for now on, we simply just declare a variable and it will be an integer value of 0. In our SSH connect function, we make a few minor changes, such as for example, we declare that we are going to use the global stop flag variable inside of this function. Then we perform the same two things that we performed in the regular brute forcer. After it, we try to connect, and if we manage to connect, then we set the stop flag to be equal to 1. Then after it, we print that the password was found, and in any other case, we'll print incorrect login, and we will close the SSH connection. Now let's get to the part where we actually set the stop flag variable to be equal to 1. Why do we do that? Well, if we go all the way down, all of these things are the same as in the previous program. Right here, I just added a print statement that says starting threaded SSH brute force. And below there, we open the file for passwords. And if we go to the passwords.txt file, you will notice that I added a few more passwords right here, around 150. So we can see how fast it will brute force. The correct password is somewhere around here. And let's continue with the program. So we go into the for loop and we read password by password or line by line. And if stop flag is equal to 0, then we will join all threads and exit the program. And the threads that we create are actually down here. Okay, so let's not pay attention to this part of the code at the moment. So for each password, we perform the strip function onto that password so we can get rid of all the unnecessary characters. Then we create a thread object, which is going to be called T. We perform the actual thread object and the thread function onto the SSH connect function, and that is the first parameter to this thread function. So the target is the actual function that you're going to perform the thread on, and the args are the arguments to that function. So in our case, that is just one argument, which is the password parameter. And this comma right here has to be there, even though we don't have a second parameter, otherwise this will not work, so we have to add it right here. Right after we create the thread object and we call it onto the target of SSH connect with the arguments of password, then we can start that thread and we can sleep for 0.5 seconds after every time we start a thread, alright? So what this will do is it will start the thread each time a new password is being read from the file, and each password will have its own thread. And in case the stop flag gets switched to 1, well, that means that some of those threads actually managed to find the correct password as they managed to connect to the target. Therefore, we set the flag to be equal to 1. And once the flag is set to 1, that means that we can close the program since we found the correct password. Therefore, we perform the t.join function, which will join all the threads that were running, and then we can exit the program. And that is the entire program that runs on threads. So let's see whether it is faster than the previous one. First, I'm going to go and enlarge this. Then I will navigate to the PyCharm and then SSH brute force. And first we will run the previous program. So the previous program had no threading library. And let's see how that one will do. So the target address is 192.168.1.3 in my case. The SSH username is msfadmin. And the passwords file is password or passwords.txt. Press here enter. It will start running. We can see we got some incorrect logins. And you can see each password takes around 1 second to finish. Therefore, this is going rather slow. So let's just Control C this so we don't wait for the correct password. And if we run the second program, which is our threaded brute forcer, and type in the same information, it will start our threaded brute forcer, and you will see that the passwords go a lot faster than before. As you can see, we already managed to cover more than 20 passwords, and here it is. Here is the correct password. And few seconds after that, it closes the program. Now the reason why it goes for few more passwords after finding the correct password is because all of these passwords were separate threads that were ran before this one has finished. Therefore, it had to finish these ones first and then exit the program. And you can see how many passwords we managed to actually cover in just a matter of a second or two, and it also managed to find the correct password. Now the reason why incorrect passwords are printed in red is because I also added a print statement somewhere around here, which says that we print the incorrect password in red color by using termColor.colored function, which we already covered before. That's basically it for this SSH brute forcer. I hope you enjoyed this section as well as the previous two. And this was also some type of a recap video to this brute forcer. Therefore, we're not going to do a recap video as a next lecture. We're going to go straight into the next project. So hope you enjoyed this one once again, and I will see you in the next tutorial. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to our next project, which is going to be a project on ARP spoofing. Now this is going to be a little bit of harder project than the previous few that we did, since we're going to interact with different packets and different internet protocols inside of this section. We're also going to introduce a new library, which is a massive library called Scapy, which allows us to modify, send and receive different packets and responses. Alright? Now, for those of you that are not familiar with networking, with ARP spoofing or with ARP packets in general, I will make sure to leave some of the resources links so you can read more about the ARP spoofing and understand it a whole lot better. In this project we're going to create two programs. First one is going to be the manual ARP spoofing, so we're going to go through the entire process of ARP spoofing line by line. We're going to see the responses, how it happens, what we need to specify in order for ARP spoofing to happen, and then we're going to create a second program which is going to automate that entire process. The reason why we are first performing the manual ARP spoofing is so we can understand everything a little bit better. Alright? Now let's explain ARP spoofing briefly. Well, let's imagine we have three machines on the network. The first one is router, which is routing the connections. The second two are two different laptops. One of them is the target laptop and one of them is the attacker laptop. Now the attacker machine sends the ARP packets which tell the router and tell the machine that their connection should go over the attacker's machine. How do they do that? Well, simply the attacker sends the router a packet which tells the router, hey, I am the target machine, you can send the packets to me instead of the real target machine. Then what we do with those packets, we read them and then we can forward them to the actual target machine, so the target will have no idea that anything is happening since the packets are arriving at the destination. We do the opposite to the target, so we send the ARP packets to the target, which tell the target machine, hey, I'm the router, please send the packets to me, and then the packets that were supposed to go from the target machine to the router go first to our machine and then we forward them to the router. And therefore, we are the man in the middle there by ARP spoofing the connection. Alright, so another thing to keep in mind is that this will not work on all networks. It will only work on some networks where ARP spoofing is still possible. There are a bunch of different networks in the world that have security measures that prevent ARP spoofing. But there is even more of them that do not prevent ARP spoofing. So that's why we are covering this project. Let's start with creating the project inside of a PyCharm. Here it is. I already went on file and then new project, so I will simply just type right here ARP spoofer. Click on create. We want to create on this window. And we're going to start off by importing the libraries that we need. For the first program, which is going to be us going line by line and checking out how ARP spoofing works, we're only going to need one library, and that is going to be the Scapy library. So first of all, I will go right here and click on new Python file, and we will call this first program malicious ARP packet, and we can shorten that by simply typing malarp.py. Simple as that. And all we need to do is type from scapy.all import and then $. And this $sign simply implicates that we are importing everything from scapy.all. But you can notice that the Scapy is actually red underlined, therefore we need to install it first. So let's open up our terminal. pip3 install Scapy. It will collect the library and in no time we should have it up and running. Here it is. If we go right here, in just a few seconds this red line will go away. Alright, so let's experiment with Scapy a little bit. So if I go and open up my terminal right here, and before we actually code anything inside of PyCharm, let us open up our terminal, zoom in our terminal, and run Scapy. Now you will notice that you can simply just run Scapy instead of Python in your terminal, and it will open a platform or a framework that allows you to only execute Scapy commands. Alright, so here it is. I will enlarge this so we can see everything better. In case you don't have Scapy installed, simply you can install it by using pip3 as we showed in PyCharm. Now, what Scapy allows us to do is it allows us to create different types of packets. For example, we have TCP packets, UDP packets, we can also create ICMP packets, and in our case, in this section, we are going to use ARP packets. So if I simply just type ls, and in brackets I specify ARP, you will notice that first of all, this ls is the same as the ls command inside of a terminal. It will simply just list all of the different fields that the ARP packet has. So we have all of those fields that we need to specify inside of an ARP packet before we actually try to send it. We have pdst, hwdst, psource and hwsource, and op. And these 5 fields are the most important to us for this section. This pdst is actually the destination to which we are sending the packet. The hwdst is destination MAC address to which we are sending the packet. The psource is our own IP address, and the hwsource is our own MAC address. The op field is simply set to either 1 or 2. And the reason for that is because there are 2 types of ARP packets. If OP is set to 1, that means we are sending the ARP request, and if OP is set to 2, that means we are sending the ARP response. And the request is simply us asking, for example, at which MAC address and IP address is the router. And the response would be, if someone asks for our own MAC address over the broadcast, we would simply reply, hey, that IP address is at this MAC address, and that is the ARP response. Alright? But even though if you don't understand, you will understand it through the process of coding. Now, in order to create a packet inside of Scapy, we can define something like packet equals, and then ARP specifying which packet we want, and inside of the brackets we specify all of these options that we need. For example, I can simply specify p destination equals, and then let's say the IP address of my router. And if I just type packet.show, you will see all of the fields for my packet. Most of them will be set automatically. You will notice that the HW source and P source are set automatically, and this is the MAC address of our Kali Linux machine and the IP address of our Kali Linux machine. The OP is set to who has, which means this is a request. If you try to change it, for example, packet.op equals to, and then we type once again packet.show, we got changed OP value, which is now is at, so this means we are sending a response. Alright? The packet type is IPv4, and you can see the HW type is 0x1, and all of these values are set except the hardware destination, or the MAC address of the actual target that we want to get the MAC address from. Alright, so this is just a small intro to the ARP packets, and in the next video we're going to implement this in our PyCharm and send our first malicious ARP packet. Thank you for watching and take care. Bye. Welcome back. Let's see how ARP spoofing really works. Alright, so now that we imported our library, the first thing and the first step in order to actually perform the ARP spoofing is to create the malicious packet. So how can we do that? Well, first of all, we need to figure out which machines are we trying to attack. In this case, I will try to attack my Windows 10 main PC, so this environment right here. Now you can also try to attack Windows machine, but it can also be a Linux machine if you'd like. Alright, so the first thing that we need to do is to pretend that we do not know how to communicate with our target machine. Therefore, we need to find out its MAC address first. How can we do that? Well, we can simply just send an ARP request through the broadcast MAC address, which means that every machine on this local area network will receive the request and possibly send a reply. So how can we do that? Well, first of all, we need to create a packet which is going to cover the broadcast MAC address. We can set the broadcast MAC address inside of the Ether layer of the packet. So we will simply just create the Ether packet with the destination of the broadcast MAC address, which we all know to be FF, and this now we specify 6 times. Alright? Now if we go to the Scapy right here from our terminal and we type ls on the Ether packet, we can see it only has 3 fields, which is the type, the source and the destination. If I create a packet, which is going to be equal to Ether, with the destination that we just specified of the broadcast MAC address, and print packet.show, you will see that the source will automatically be set to the MAC address of my Kali Linux machine, and the type will be set as well. As we can see right here, the destination is set to the broadcast MAC address. But if we want to, we can actually add the ARP layer to this Ether layer in order to create a full packet, and that is what we're going to do. So what I'm going to do is, before even coding it in the PyCharm, I'm going to restart Scapy right here and demonstrate the creation of packet first, because we have a visuals right here, therefore we can understand it a whole lot better. Let's create a broadcast packet that we already typed in the PyCharm that will have the Ether layer with the destination to be equal to the broadcast, since we are sending out a request to everyone and hopefully getting a reply from someone who knows where our Windows 10 machine is located. Alright? Now, after we do that, we need to also add the ARP layer. So let's just create ARP layer right here to be equal to the ARP. And here all we need to do is specify the IP address of our target machine. So I'm going to check the IP address of my Windows 10 machine right here. by opening up the command prompt and typing ipconfig. Press here enter and we can see that the IP address of my Windows 10 machine is 192.168.1.2. So that is what we need to specify inside of our R player. We are interested at the destination, so we will specify pdst to be equal to the IP address of Windows 10 machine. Alright, so we got that ready. Let me enlarge this a little bit more. And now if I simply just type rplayer.show, we'll have all of the fields filled automatically by default. Our IP address is there and our MAC address is there as well. The OP is also set to be an ARP request. Now, in order to actually combine these two packets, all we need to do is create another variable which will be called entire packet. And this entire packet will be equal to broadcast/ARP layer. And that is how we can combine these two packets. Let me just show you right here so you can understand it better. If I type entire packet.show, you will see right now we have two layers to our entire packet. The Ethernet layer, which we set the destination to be the broadcast MAC address, and the ARP layer, which we set the IP destination to be the IP address of our Windows 10 machine. Now we can send out this packet. Alright, so how can we do that? Well, we can use a function which is called srp. And this function allows us to send the entire packet. We can also specify the timeout to be equal to 2 seconds, and we want to set the verbose to be equal to true. Now, this actual function will retrieve two lists. The first list will be the answered responses and the second list would be the unanswered machines. Alright, so in order to actually print that list afterwards, we first of all need to store it, and let's call the variable answer. And since I just mentioned that it retrieves two lists, we want to pick the first list by specifying this 0 inside of square brackets, since the first list are answered responses. If I press here enter, it will tell us that it received 1 packet, got 1 answers, and remaining 0 packets, so everything worked properly. If I type here print answer, it will tell you the results, which means that we got other response. It was not a TCP answer or UDP or ICMP, it was under the other, and by other it means we got the ARP response, which is good. Now in order to print this response, we can simply just type print answer and select the first element, and you will see our packet right here. Now if we take a look at this packet, we will see that this is our own packet that we sent, since we have the Ethernet set for the destination to the broadcast and the ARP layer set to have the IP destination to the Windows 10 machine. And this right here would be the response that we got. As we can see, the destination MAC address is the MAC address of our own Kali Linux machine. The source is the MAC address from our Windows 10 machine. Since our Windows 10 machine sent this packet back to us, telling us that this is its own MAC address. We can also see it right here, where the HW source is the MAC address of Windows 10 machine, the P source is the source IP address of Windows 10 machine, and this is where the Windows 10 machine sent the packet to, which is our Kali Linux machine, therefore we received it. Now what we want to get out of this entire packet is this MAC address right here. So how we can do that? Well, we can simply just print, let's print something like this, answer, and since this has a bunch of elements, we will select the first one, which is this, and then we can select the second element under the number 1. If we print it, oh, Python 3 makes no sense. Wait, if I just type print.show, here it is, bound method. We only get the response now, as we can see right here. We no longer get this part. And all we want to select from this response is the HW source. which is this right here, since this is the MAC address of the Windows 10 machine. So let's select it. If we type here target MAC address, we can set it to be equal to answer first element, which is the packet that we sent and the packet that we received. But since we only want the packet that we received, we set the second element, and that is this part right here. And from the second element, we want to get the HW source, which is the MAC address of the Windows 10 machine. If I press here enter and we print the target MAC address, we get just the MAC address of Windows 10 machine. Alright, great. How cool is that? We successfully retrieved the MAC address of Windows 10 machine by sending the ARP packet and getting the ARP response back to us. Now it is time to get to the hacking stuff. This was all just small networking. Right now we want to create a malformed or a malicious ARP packet and send it once again. How can we do that? Well, first we need to craft the packet. Alright, so we already know how to do that. Let's create a variable called packet, and this packet variable will be equal to the ARP packet. First, since this is a malicious packet, let's see what we want this packet to do. Well, we want this packet to tell the Windows 10 machine that our Kali Linux machine is a router. So it sends all of its packets to us. First of all, we need to set the OP value to be equal to 2. Since we want our ARP packet to be the ARP response, we are telling the Windows 10 machine that we are the router, we are not requesting anything. Therefore, we will set the OP to be equal to 2. The next thing we want to set is the hardware destination or the MAC address of our Windows 10 machine. And this is why we needed MAC address that we received from this packet right here. We got it in the target MAC address variable, so you can either specify the MAC address itself or you can specify target MAC address. Alright. The next thing that we need to specify is the P destination, which is the IP address to our target machine. In my case, that is 192.168.1.2. And the last thing that we need to specify is the P source. If I specify PSRC equals, here we specify the machine that we want to impersonate. In our case, we want to be the router, therefore I will specify my router's IP address, which is 192.168.1.1. In case you don't know what your router's IP address is, you can simply just go open up your terminal and type in netstat-nr. Under the gateway, you will see your router's IP address. Alright, so let's close this. Now that we have everything ready, once again we are sending the OP equals 2. Because we are saying that we are gateway, so this is a response. Let's press here enter. If I just type packet.show, here is the contents of our packet. We got everything ready to go. But before we actually send out this packet, let's see what are the ARP tables on our Windows 10 machine. So how can we do that? Well, open up your command prompt once again. I will clear the screen. And if you type ARP-A, you will see the ARP table on our Windows 10 machine. We can see that the router's IP address is at this MAC address right here. The Kali Linux IP address is at this MAC address right here. You will notice once we send the malicious packet that these two IP addresses, which is the router's IP address and the Kali Linux IP address, will have the same MAC addresses. That means that we successfully spoofed the Windows 10 machine into thinking that we are the router. And then it will send all of its packets to our MAC address instead of the router's MAC address. So let's see if this will work. In order to send this packet, we will simply just use the send function. We will specify packet and then verbose equals false, since we don't need to see anything. We send the packet and let's go to our command prompt and run the same command once again. And here it is, we successfully spoofed the Windows 10 machine. Now we got the 192.168.1.1, which is our router, and 192.168.1.4, which is Kali Linux machine, to have the same MAC address. How cool is that? we successfully spoofed the Windows 10 machine. And this is what's called the ARP spoofing. Now, if you don't run this packet in a while loop, this will most likely get reset after a few seconds or minutes. So let's see if we still have it. Yeah, it already got reset back, as you can see. The router is already set back to its own real MAC address. But if we send this once again and type the arp-a once again, we spoof the router one more time. Okay, so we're going to see in the next video how we can do this in a while loop and how we can create a program that will automate this entire process. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next tutorial. Bye. Welcome back. We are ready for our final project of this section. Let's create the ARP spoofer, which will automate the entire process and run it in a while loop. Since we already did this in the previous video, in using scapy in our terminal, we don't really need it right here. We can simply just create a new file, which we can call ARP spoofer.py. Alright. We need the same library that we imported before, so import. So we're going to import scapy like this, import scapy.all as scapy. We also want to import the sys library, and we want to import the time library. Alright, so these are the three libraries that we are going to need. As you can see, we have all three of them, so we don't need to install any additional libraries. Now, the first thing that we want to prompt to the user is for the target's IP address and router's IP address. Now, before we actually even code anything, let's discuss what we want this program to do. In the previous video, we showed how we actually sent a malicious packet to Windows 10 machine telling them that we are the router. Now we need to do that 2 times. So we need to send the malicious packet to Windows 10 machine telling the Windows 10 that we are the router, and we also need to send the malicious packet to the router telling the router that we are Windows 10 machine. And then we can forward the packets from one machine to another and vice versa. If you think about it, it should be rather easy. So let's start with it. We first of all need to prompt the user of this program to specify the target's IP address and the router's IP address. Alright, so let's start with the target IP. And since we imported the sys library, we can simply just specify that the target IP will be equal to the sys.argv, which is number 2. And this basically means that we are going to read the target's IP and the router's IP from the command line once the user of this program runs it. Let me just give you a quick look so you can understand it. For example, this program will be ran something like this. So Python 3 ARP spoofer .py, and then after it we would specify 192.168.1.1 and 192.168.1.2. So the first argument will be the IP address of our router, and the second argument will be the IP address from our target machine. And then we're going to read the IP addresses from the command line and store it into these variables. So the target IP will be the second parameter, or in this case the third parameter, since counting of elements starts from 0, and the 0 element is the actual name of the program. Alright, and we are left with the router IP to be equal to sys.argv first element, or the second element in this case, which will be the IP address of the router. Alright, so we're going to read these two from the command, then we're storing it right here. And the next thing that we want to do with these two information, since this is the only thing that we're going to get from the user of this program, we want to get the MAC addresses for these two targets. So how can we do that? Well, let's simply specify another variable called target MAC, and that variable will be equal to get MAC address from the target's IP. Then you will see that this is red underlined. That means this function does not exist. Therefore, we are going to have to code it. and don't worry about it. We already kind of coded this function in the previous video. Once we saw the process of getting the MAC address of our Windows 10 machine, all we need to do is the exact same thing, just now we need to do it with both Windows 10 machine and the router. So let's type it right here, router MAC equals get MAC address from the router's IP. And we need to make sure that all of these variables are strings as we're going to use them, so we're just going to wrap them just in case inside of a string function. Alright, so string. We also want to make sure that the IP addresses are strings. Just in case, let's wrap this so we have everything set to go. Now what we need to do is we need to code the get MAC address function. So let's code it right here. Let's define it first, so define get MAC address. Now let's lower this in for just a second so we can see the program better. And since we already noticed right here, this function will take a parameter, the IP address. Whether it is the IP address of the target or the router, it doesn't matter, the function will perform the same. So if we remember from the previous video, what we first did is we created the broadcast layer that will be equal to scapy.ether with the destination to the broadcast MAC address. Alright, so this is the first layer, and the second layer, you already know, is the ARP layer. This will be equal to scapy.arp, and the p destination has to be set to the IP address of this actual function. So in this case, it will be the target's IP, and in this case, the router's IP. Basically, once again, we are sending the broadcast MAC address, so we are sending to the entire network, asking what is the MAC address of this IP address right here. Alright, we already know that the other fields of the ARP packet will get filled automatically, so we don't need to specify them. By default, if you remember, the OP parameter of this ARP packet will be set to 1, which means it is by default a request, so we don't have to set that as well. And right now, let's create a packet, a final packet, which we can call get MAC packet. Just so we can understand everything better once we read the program code. And this get MAC packet will be the broadcast layer / ARP layer. Alright, all we are left to do is send this packet and retrieve the MAC address. If you remember, we will store this inside of our answer variable, and then we will perform the srp function, which sends and retrieves the response. We will perform that on the get MAC packet with the timeout of 2 seconds. We want to set the verbose to be equal to false, and we want to grab the first element of this list, which is going to be the list with answers. Alright, and then from that list with answers, we want to return the MAC address of the specified target. So we're returning the answer. This answer variable will also have a bunch of lists, so we need to set right here that we want the first list. Then from that first list, we want the response, which is going to have the MAC address of the target, and therefore we want to get it with HWSRC. So we are returning the MAC address of the target machine. Alright, so before we continue anything, let's see whether this works. At the end, we're going to print the router MAC, and we want to print the target MAC. So let's run the program. We already know that we have to run it like this. So keep in mind that you do not reverse these two IP addresses. The first IP address that should go is the router's IP, which we can see right here, since this is the element 2 and this is the element 3. And the second argument is the target's IP. So if I run this, we get both of the MAC addresses printed out at the screen. So we successfully get the MAC addresses to our router and target machine. Good. In the next video, we can code the spoof part, which is going to actually send a malicious packet and create ARP spoofing between these two targets. So thank you for watching this lecture, and I will see you in the next video. Bye. Welcome back. So for now on, half of the program is done. Good. We managed to get MAC addresses from our target and our router. Now it's time to actually perform the hacking stuff and spoof these two targets. Alright, so let's do it. Now that we got the MAC addresses, let's see what's the next step. First of all, I'm going to delete these two print statements as we don't really need them at the moment. Lower this. And now, if you remember, we need to enter a while loop in order for our spoofing to last longer. So what we are going to do is I'm going to type the try and except statement right here. And in this try statement, we will simply just try to spoof the targets. So while true, we want to spoof. And we will see in just a second what parameters will this spoof function take. And in the accept statement, we want to accept keyboard interruption. And the reason why we're specifying the keyboard interrupt is because if you take a closer look, this is a while true loop. And while true loop are infinite loops, that means this will spoof for the infinite amount of time. Therefore, we want to make sure that at any time that we want to stop the program, we'll simply just keyboard interrupt and it will close the spoofing. So we will print right here, closing ARP spoofer, and then we can simply exit the program. Alright? So, now let's get back to this spoof function. It is red underlined, of course, because it doesn't exist, therefore we will have to code it. But before we do that, let's take a look at what parameters this function should take. Well, it actually has to take all of these 4 parameters right here, since we want to spoof both of the targets, and for each of the target we need its own MAC address and its own IP address. Therefore, we need to send all of these 4 variables into this spoof function. Let's keep a track of in which order we are sending them. So we're first of all going to send router IP, then we will send target IP, then we will send router MAC, and the last thing we need to send is the target MAC. So we are sending these 4 variables, and right here we will code the function itself. And keep in mind that we need to specify the exact same order of these variables so we don't get error when running the program. The next one is target IP. After it comes the router MAC. And lastly, the target MAC. Here it is. Now let's see what we need to code right here. In the first video of this section, once we created the first malicious packet, we created it using an OP equals 2, which is a response, which is good. It should be like that. And we're going to do the same thing right here. Just right now, instead of 1 packet, we're going to create 2 packets. One will be sent to the router and the other one will be sent to the Windows 10 machine, spoofing them both at the same time. So let's create a variable which will be called packet1. The packet1 will be a packet that we will determine to go to the router. So how can we do that? Well, we'll simply create escape.arp packet as usual. We send the OP to be equal to 2, since this is a response. And in order to navigate this packet to router, we simply send the hardware destination to be equal to router MAC. We also need to send the P destination to be equal to router IP. Right here. And another thing that we need is going to be the P source. Now, before I actually type this P source, I will create packet2, which is going to be navigated to the Windows 10 machine, or to your own target machine, which is not router. OP has to be equal to 2. Hardware destination has to be equal to target MAC, and the P destination has to be equal to target IP. And the P source, once again, we're going to leave empty right here. And the reason why we are leaving it empty, what do you think? What should be the P source or the packet source in the first packet? Keep in mind that the P source is the IP address of the machine that is sending this packet. So in our case, that will be the IP address of the Kali Linux machine. But we're not going to specify the IP address of the Kali Linux machine because then it would just be a regular packet. We want to create a malicious packet that will be able to spoof the connection. So what we need to specify right here is the target's IP. We want to send this packet to the router and make it seem as it came from the Windows 10 machine. The same thing goes with the packet 2. We want to send this packet to the Windows 10 machine and make it seem like it came from the router. Therefore, in the packet 2, we are specifying router IP. Simple as that. All we are left to do right now is send these two packets. So how can we do that? Well, using the send function, so skp.send, we will first send packet 1, and then skp.send packet 2. Alright, simple as that, and our program is almost done. All we are left to add is right here under the while true loop, below the spoof function, we want to add a small timeout, so it doesn't spoof too fast. We want to add time.sleep. Let's sleep for 2 seconds between each and every packet that we send. So we will send the ARP response, the malicious ARP response, every 2 seconds, and we will keep the ARP tables updated with the incorrect MAC addresses to the router and Windows 10 machine. So our program should be finished now. Let's test it and see how it works. If I open up my terminal right here, clear the screen and type Python ARP spoofer, and then I specify 192.168.1.1. So first goes the router's IP address, and then 192.168.1.2. This is the Windows 10 IP address. Before we run it, let's check once again the ARP tables of this target machine. Let's also open a browser so we can see that we can connect to the internet. Okay, so here is the browser, and every time we actually open this browser, our connection goes through the router, through this MAC address, and then it retrieves this page back to us. And right now we're going to try to make this browser open the page while going through our Kali Linux machine. So let's run the program. It will print right here, sent 1 packet. These are the packets that are being sent each and every 2 seconds, as we specified right here. Now let's check the ARP tables on our Windows 10 machine. And we can see we successfully spoofed the MAC address of the router. Now the Windows 10 machine thinks that the router is our Kali Linux machine and sends all the packets to us. Same goes with the router. The router is also spoofed and sends all the packets that should go to the Windows 10 machine to our Kali Linux machine. Now, if we try to go and open some page, I clicked on a random website, you will notice that it will load pretty long. Matter of fact, in just a few seconds, it will say that the actual connection cannot be established and it will not open this page. Now, why is that? Well, let me click X right here. If I close this program right here, there is one thing that we forgot to do. We successfully spoofed both of the targets, but now we performed more of something like a DOS attack on both of these targets, as they cannot connect to the internet anymore. That is because we are not forwarding packets from one target to another. In order to be able to forward the packets, we need to run the command inside of our terminal, which is echo 1, and then these 2 arrows to right, at this location, so /proc, /sys, /net, /IPv4, and /IP forward. Press here enter, and if I run the program once again, and try to load the website, now it loads successfully. We can load every website that we want. If we want to, we can also go to facebook.com. It will load all the pages without any problem, and on the Windows 10 machine you will not notice anything out of order. You will most likely never know that you have been ARP spoofed and that someone can read all of your information. The only way that you can actually notice that is to simply just go to your command prompt and type the command arp-a, and you notice that two different IP addresses have same MAC address. This is a good indication that at the moment you are being ARP spoofed. Alright, so we can see our ARP spoofer works correctly. Now all the packets are going through our own machine and we can read them if we want to, but more about that in the later sections. When we code our own password sniffer, then we're going to combine our ARP spoofer right here with the password sniffer, and we're going to see how these two tools will combine in order for us to sniff the passwords that someone types in their browser. Alright, so that would be about it for this section. In the next video, of course, we are going to perform a small recap onto this program and then we will proceed to the next project. Thank you for watching and take care. Bye. Welcome back. And before we finish off with this section, let us do a recap on our ARP spoofer. So we will start off from the beginning of the program. We first prompt the user for the target IP and the router IP, which they provide us with the command itself. So the command goes Python 3 ARP spoofer, then the IP address of the router, and then the IP address of the target machine. Then with this information that we gather from the command itself, we proceed to perform our own function, which is get MAC address function, using this information to get the target MAC address and the router MAC address. So we use this function right here, which is get MAC address. We craft our own packet that will consist of the broadcast layer, which will be the Ethernet layer, containing the broadcast MAC address as the destination. The second layer will be the ARP layer, which will contain the IP address of the target machine as the destination IP. Then we craft that packet by adding both of these layers together, and then we send the packet. From the response of the packet, we gather the MAC address of that machine. Right after we do that, for both the target MAC and the router MAC address, then we proceed to go into the while true loop or the infinite loop, which will perform the spoof function every 2 seconds. So at every 2 seconds, this function right here will get executed. And what this function does is it creates two different malformed or malicious packets, which one of them, the first one, spoofs the router, while the second one spoofs the target machine. Then we send both of these packets and we perform that action every 2 seconds. In case we want to close the program, we simply just keyboard interrupt it and it will exit the program. So we tested it in the previous video, therefore there is no really need to test it right now, and that is the entire ARP spoofer. Now keep in mind that you should not delete this program, as we are going to use it throughout the course in order to show you what is the real power of this ARP spoofer once we get to the password sniffers, the password crackers, and so on and so on. For now on, let it just be there and wait for us as a project in the PyCharm, and then we're going to get back to it as soon as we need it again. Alright, so that would be about all for this section. I hope you enjoyed it and I will see you in the next project. Bye! Hello everyone and welcome to the Password Sniffer project. Since we finished our ARP spoofer, the best idea would be to continue with a project that we can combine with our ARP spoofer in order to be able to do a complete attack. We already know that our ARP spoofer can create man in the middle, that allows us to sniff the packets from the target machine that we specify, and right now we need a password sniffer that will be able to extract usernames and passwords from all the packets that flow by. Therefore, let's get this going, hopefully you're excited, and let's create a new project. Go on File, New Project, and Password Sniffer. Let's call it like that. We want to create it in a separate window. Creating the virtual environment as usual, and for this project we're going to use some libraries that we haven't encountered before. So let's import them straight away. We're going to create our file, new Python file, and let's call it pass-sniffer.py. Simple as that. We're going to need escape library, which we used before, so nothing really to explain right here. And we will also need the URL lib library. Alright, and the third library that we're going to need is going to be the RE or the regex library. And the regex library is something that we're going to need in order to extract the usernames and passwords from the entire packet. Alright? Now, our program will have two different functions. One of the functions will parse the packets that we sniff, and the second function will try to extract the username and password from those packets. But before we do any of that, and before we code those two functions, we first of all need to start sniffing for the packets. Now let's imagine that our ARP spoofer is running. So what we will want to do is we will want to try to sniff those packets, and this sniff function is something that exists in Scapy, so we don't really need to code it. We simply just specify sniff, and it will gather all the packets on the specified interface. Sounds good, right? So since I said that it will gather the packets on a specified interface, therefore we need to specify the interface. We will select the iFace to be equal to iFace, and we can code up here iFace to be equal to your interface. In my case, that is ETH0. Now, in order to check out what is the name of your interface, you simply just open up your terminal and you can type ifconfig. The interface is the name right here. Since I'm using Ethernet cable on Kali Linux, and this is the actual interface which I am using to connect to the internet, I will specify this name inside of my program. If you are, for example, using a wireless adapter, you don't want to specify this interface, you want to specify the wireless adapter which you are using to connect to the internet. If you are simply just connecting over the Ethernet cable like me, feel free to specify the Ethernet interface. Alright, simple as that. Let's close this. Now that we got that out of the way, let's continue with our sniff function. The next parameter is going to be prn, which simply means whatever we specify after the equal sign, that function will be used in order to parse the packets that we sniffed using this sniff function. So we're going to create later on a function called packet parser. And the third parameter and last parameter is going to be store to be equal to 0. So we don't want to store anything, we don't want to save it anywhere, we simply just want it to flow by. Alright, so as I mentioned before, there are two functions that we are going to need. The first one will be the packet parser, which we use to parse the packets from our sniff function, as we can see right here. So packet parser. This packet parser will take one parameter, which will be the packet itself, or we can simply type it like this, packet. And the second function would be define get login pass. And this function will also take a parameter, which will be, well, for now on we're going to leave it without the parameter, and we're going to add it later on. We created these two functions, all we're left to do is run the code inside them. But let's not get ahead, we're just going to leave them for this video, and right here we're going to add the except statement, of course keyboard interrupt. If we interrupt the keyboard, then we can print, for example, exiting, and we can then sys, or we can simply just exit the program since we don't have the sys library imported. And one more thing before we finish off with this video is that we need to install the Scapy library. We know how to do that, pip3 install Scapy. And after this downloads, we should be good to go, and we should be ready to code these two functions in the next few videos. So thank you for watching this introductory video on Password Sniffer, and I will see you in the next lecture. Bye! Welcome back. Let's continue with our Password Sniffer. So the first function out of these two, which we mentioned that we are going to need, is this one. We want to first of all parse the packets and filter them, should I say. So we want to filter for the specific packets that might contain the username and password, and then only after this is done, we're going to paste the content of those packets into this get login password function, and in this function we're going to extract the username and password. Alright, so let's start off with the packet parser. First thing that we need to specify right here is we need to check for whether this packet has the TCP layer. Now, we can simply just do that if we specify if packet.hasLayer, and this is a function that exists in Scapy. We simply specify in the brackets which layer we want to look for, in our case TCP. Alright? So if packet has this layer, then we're going to filter it forward. there is another layer that it should have, and that is packet.hasLayer raw. And this raw layer is just a sublayer of the TCP layer. So if there is a raw layer, there is for sure going to be a TCP layer. Well, in most cases. Now, another thing that we want to specify right here is if it also has the IP layer. Now, if these three statements are satisfied, then that is the packet that we are looking for. So we're going to type right here, 2 dots. And you might notice that right here, these names are red underlined. Well, some of them. Don't worry about that, we're going to worry about that later on. It will most likely even work without us having to fix anything right here, and that is just some problem with the PyCharm itself. So no need to worry about that at the moment. If there is anything that we need to fix later on, we are going to fix it, alright? So now that we got this statement right here, if that statement is fulfilled, what we want to do is we want to extract the body of the packet. Since in the body of the packet there is going to be all the information that we are looking for, such as usernames and passwords. How can we do that? Well, we can simply just specify a variable which will be called body, and that variable will be equal to the string of the packet TCP part. So we select it like this in the square brackets, and then we want to select .payload. Alright, so we're selecting the packet, taking the TCP part, and inside of the payload of the TCP layer, there is going to be a username and password in case the target tried to log in to some page. Now what we want to do is we want to send this body to our second function, which is going to be getLoginPass. So let's call the function getLogin_pass, and we will pass the body straight to that function. So let's go over this once again. We sniff on our interface, which is ETH0, then we check for each and every packet if it has layer TCP, if it has layer raw, and if it has layer IP. If all of these three conditions are met, then we select the body variable to be equal to the payload of the TCP layer. Once we select that, we send this body to our second function, which is getLoginPass. Now inside of this function, what we need to do is we first of all need to select two different variables. First one is going to be user to be equal to none, and password to be equal to none. Now none simply means that we do not have any value at the moment inside of these two variables, and hopefully at the end of this function we should have the username and password stored right here. So let's end our tutorial here, and we are going to continue in the next lecture with the coding of our two functions. Take care, bye. Welcome back. This is our third tutorial to our password sniffer. And you might notice that I added something right here that we didn't have in the previous video. And those are these two lists. So I added the users fields and the passwords fields. These two lists are going to help us to find for the usernames and passwords inside of the body that we paste to this function. So right here, now that I mentioned body, I will paste it straight away, since in our packet parser function we do call it as a parameter. Alright? So we're going to check for each and every element from this list if it is located inside of this body, and if it is, we're going to print the username and the password. Now for you don't really have to type all of this if you don't want. You can go to the resources of this project or at the end of this section and download this program and simply just copy and paste these two fields. Alright? So let's get straight into the coding. Now that we have these two fields for all the possible names for the usernames and the passwords, what we can do is we can iterate over each and every element. So for example, let's go over the user fields first. So for login, in user fields, we can simply just do, what we're going to do right here is we're going to use regex in order to extract the user names. Now, I will first type it right here and then I will explain it to you. So I'll create a variable called login_re, standing for regex. And I'm going to call the regex library with the search function. In that function, I'm going to specify the pattern which will be %s equals open square brackets, close square brackets, upper sign, then this sign right here, not really sure how it is called, and then at the end we specify a plus. Okay, so this is our pattern, and wait for just a second, I will explain it. We then type %login, and then comma body, and then comma re.ignore case. Okay, so before we continue, I need to explain this line a little bit better. So what we're doing right here is we're creating login.re object. Now we're calling the re library, which is the regex library, and on this library we are calling the search function. What this search function does is it takes a pattern that we specify, which is this right here. And to explain this pattern you really need to know regex, so if you do know it, that's great. If you don't know it, well then I will leave some resources in the description so you can get more familiar with regex and its patterns. What basically this is the pattern which we are going to use in order to try to get the usernames. The second parameter to this function is the body, and body simply means where are we going to search for the username, so we're searching the usernames in body, and the last parameter, which is ignore case, simply means that we don't care about the uppercase and lowercase letters. Okay? Now this pattern right here, this %s, since that is the first thing, will get replaced with the login. And keep in mind, the login is the iterable and it will be each and every of these elements. So for this example, let's take this element. What we're looking for is something like username equals, and then something right here. This pattern simply specifies something like this. If we find this inside of a body, that means that we successfully found the username, and we're going to print this to the screen. Okay, so let's delete this. Now that we got that out of the way, we now need to check whether there is anything stored inside of this login. Since if there is, that means we found the username. So if login underscore re, then our user variable, which we created at the beginning of the program and set the value of none to it, is going to be equal to login underscore re dot group. And group are just the results that we got from this function right here. Therefore, it will simply just store the username inside of this variable. Alright, so the same thing we need to perform for the passwords as well. So let's go right here for pass field. In pass fields, we're going to create an object once again called pass underscore re, and we perform the exact same thing. So I'm going to copy this so we don't have to type it twice, and paste it right here. Well, not there, we don't want it there, we want it here. Okay, good. Now the pattern right here will remain the same as for the usernames, just in our case what we're searching for is something like this: password equals and then random password. Okay, so let's delete this, and in order to actually search for a password we need to replace this login with pass field, since we are iterating right now over the second list, which is the possible names for the password field. Okay, all of this will remain the same, and now we need to check whether we got this. So if pass underscore re, then we're going to store in our passwd variable, which is once again at the beginning of this function, and set to none, we will store pass underscore re dot group. Okay, good. And now at the end we need to return these two values, so we will specify if user and password, we will return both username and password. Alright, so this is the entire getLoginPass function, and now we are ready to go back to our packet parser function. Now before we close this video, I'm going to just select the username, comma, password to be equal to getLoginPass with the body as a parameter. Since we are returning the two values from this function, therefore we need to set those two values inside of these two values. User will be set inside of a username and password will be set inside of a password. So in the next video we're going to wrap up our program and we're going to go for a first test of it. Alright, so thank you for watching this tutorial and I will see you in the next lecture. Bye! Welcome back. So we've had quite a tough task in the previous few videos, but we managed to get it all to work. Now it's time to wrap up our program and run it for a first test. So what we did for now is we returned the username and password, extracted it from the body and stored it in these two variables. Now what we need to do is we need to print these two variables as a result. So right here, after this, we need to check whether username and password is not equal to none. Oops, seems like we cannot specify two of these variables, so we need to delete this. What we are going to do instead is we are going to store this inside of one variable. Let's call it like this. Now the reason why we are storing it in one variable is because we can use one if statement later on. Even though we are returning two values, this will both be stored inside of a user pass, just as two different elements. Alright, so after that we can check whether if user underscore pass is not equal to none. And what this simply means, since we set the user and pass to be equal to none, if we don't manage to find any username and password, these two values will remain none and they will be returned as none at the end of the function. Therefore, right here we are checking if user and password is not equal to none and we specify that with this exclamation mark and equal sign. Then what we want to print is parse.unquote, and this is just a way for us to print these two values, so parse.unquote, and we will select the first element of the user pass and we need to select the second element, which would be the password as well. So parse.unquote user underscore pass and the second element. Okay, so once again, if these two values are not equal to none, we will print the username and password. In any other case, and by in any other case I mean if we encounter any other packet that doesn't satisfy these three statements right here, we're going to simply pass and let that packet go, since it will probably not store any username or any password. Alright, so this should be the entire program. Here it is. Let's see how it runs. If I open up the terminal, clear the screen and run it, you will see it did run successfully. We don't see anything right here, nothing is being printed. So let's check out whether we can get something to print right here. If we open up our Firefox and I simply go to the 192.168.1.1, which is my router's login page, and I go, for example, type hello as a username and world as a password and click on login, you will see right here we do get both username and password. Now the password is encrypted, but that is because of my router security. Therefore, our program successfully works. We do manage to get the username and password. Now let's see on another website as well. Let's go to our good old testphp.phoneweb.com. Here, if you go on the sign up, we will have a page where it will ask us for the username and password. So let's type the username and password right here. Let's go once again with hello and then world. Click on login and we get both hello and both world in our terminal right here. So our program works correctly. Now, in case you also want to get from which website are these usernames and passwords coming from, which would be a good idea, all you need to do is go down in our packet parser function And if the packet has these three statements fulfilled, we also want to print packet TCP and then dot payload. Alright, so let's go and run it once again. And go to Firefox and type... Oh, never mind, we will be printing a whole lot more packets than we need, so this actual statement should go here and not here, so we only want to print it if the user and pass is not equal to none. So let's go once again and print it. Now once we reload, we are not getting any random packets, so let's type right here admin and password will be password. Click on OK. We get the username to be admin and the password to be password, and we also get the entire packet above. So now we can see that the login is coming from this website. We also see a bunch of other different information which could be useful to us, but for now on we're only interested in this host information and in these two values, which are username and password. Alright, now that we are sure that our program works and that we can sniff usernames and passwords on different websites, and by the way, keep in mind this will only work on HTTP websites. If you want to sniff the information and passwords over the HTTPS websites, you will also need to run SSL strip on the side. And that will only work for the SSL connections and not for the TLS encryption. Alright? But let's put that on the side. In the next video, we can combine it with our ARP spoofer and see how we can sniff the usernames and passwords on a different machine. The same way we did right now in Kali Linux, just we're going to try to sniff the usernames and passwords on Windows 10 machine. So, thank you for watching this lecture, and I will see you in the next video. Bye! Welcome back. And this is the first video where we're going to test two of our tools together. We're going to test our password sniffer that we coded in this project, and we're going to combine it with our ARP spoofer that we created in the previous section. So, let's see how that will go. First, what we need to do is open up our terminal, and I will go onto the actions and split terminal horizontally. So we will have two of these screens right here. In the first screen, I will navigate to PyCharm, and I will navigate to the password sniffer project. And in the second screen, I will navigate once again to PyCharm and to ARP spoofer project. Alright? So, if I type ls in the ARP spoofer, you will remember that our ARP spoofer code requires us to specify the target IP address and the router's IP address as two arguments to the command. So, let's run the ARP spoofer right away. I will type python 3 ARP spoofer 192.168.1.1, and the IP address of my Windows 10 machine is 192.168.1.2. Run this, and this will start working. As we can see, it is not closing, it is sending 2 packets every 2 seconds. If we want to check whether it worked, we can simply just go to the CMD or the command prompt in Windows and type arp-a, and we will see that both of the Kali Linux and router have the same MAC address. Therefore, our ARP spoofing worked. Now, let's see how this will help us to actually sniff the password on Windows 10 machine. Now, if I go to my password sniffer and I simply just run it, so python 3 password sniffer, as we can see, it seems to work correctly. All we are left to do right now is go on Windows 10 to Google Chrome or any search engine that you're using. Wait for it to open up, and once it opens up, let's first of all go to my router right here. Whoops, it will not connect, because you remember we forgot one thing, so let us just close our ARP spoofer for a second. We actually have to forward our packets first, so let's do that with the command echo1, 2 arrows to the right, /proc, /sys, /net, /IPv4, and /IP_forward. Once we do that, we can run our ARP spoofer once again. Okay, so it is working. Let's go back to our page and try to reload it. Here it is. And if we type some random username, such as for example admin, and password to be password, press on login, and go back to our Kali Linux machine, we will get the full packet printed out right here. Here is the username, and the password due to security measures is actually set to be encrypted, and we can also see the actual host or the website to which these two fields have been specified, and in this case it is 192.168.1.1 or our router. Now if we go on to the different website, which is testphp.phoneweb.com, and we go to the sign up, specify right here admin and then password, click on login, go back to our Kali Linux machine, we will also get that packet as well. Okay, so here it is, username is admin, password is password, in plain text we can see it right here, and we can also see where are these fields specified. In our case, they're specified on this website right here. Alright, so our password sniffer works. We combined our two tools, our password sniffer and our ARP spoofer, in order to sniff the passwords from the HTTP websites on the different machines on our local network. Now, if you want to do this on multiple targets at once, you can either just upgrade our ARP spoofer to be able to spoof every machine on the local area network, or you can use a different tool with combination with our password sniffer. So you can use a tool called, for example, MITMF, not really sure if it is installed right here. Yeah, you can also use the MITM proxy, but I would advise you to go onto the Firefox. If you want to use the real man in the middle and ARP spoofing tool, that comes with a bunch of different options that will help you fully execute your attack, you simply just go and download a tool called MITMF. You would simply just click on this first link, go all the way down, you would clone this page with git clone, then you can go to the installation instructions right here and follow these instructions and these commands in order to install MITMF properly. Once you do that, you can simply just use that tool to perform ARP spoofing and use our password sniffer in order to sniff passwords on every machine on local area network. Okay, so that would be about it for this section. We successfully saw how we can combine these two tools, and in the next project we're also going to see another tool that we will create that you can either combine with ARP spoofer if you like, or you can simply just use it on your own with another tool perhaps such as MITMF, or with any other tool that performs man-in-the-middle attack as well. Okay, so thank you for watching this section, and I will see you in the next project. Bye!